Chapter 1271. And Lin's mind went blank for a split second upon seeing this. The despair of the humans in the cage, as well as the cruelty and indifference of the divine, dark Tao sect disciples, made his body tremble with rage. Tina, Su Xiaolan, and Dabai also gritted their teeth as their breathing accelerated. Sect leader and Lin, what do you think of our experimental site? Look at our sect disciples. They are so energetic and diligent in their cultivation. Xiangling spoke with an extremely proud expression. All of the divine dark Tao sect disciples worked even harder at the sight of their sect leader, and all of them began to unleash extremely brutal demonic cultivation techniques. The humans being experimented on began to wail with even more anguish. Their limbs were severed, their bodies were torn apart, their blood energy was sucked away, and their consciousness was sucked away. Where did these humans come from? And Lin asked in a low voice. We secretly captured all of these lab rats from the border of the Kingdom of the 9 States. Every year, we have a quota of over 100,000 of them to use as live test subjects for the sect disciples and elders to cultivate their demonic cultivation techniques. Of course, if you have any requests, sect leader and Lin, I can also increase the quota. Xiangling spoke with a wide grin. All of the disciples and elders here cultivate here? And Lin asked. That's right. However, there's a limited number of live test subjects, and there's a limit to the number of divine, dark Tao sect disciples. Of course, you're an exception, sect leader. You can kill as many lab rats as you want. After all, you have many special privileges. Xiangling looked at Lin with a seductive expression, and Lin nodded. What an eye-opener. Skinning, pulling out tendons, slicing at the waist, digging out chests, drilling holes in the head, injecting poison, extracting souls. There's nothing I can't think of. Xiangling nodded with a smile on her face, and Lin took a deep breath, and a boundless ferocious light burst forth from his eyes as he roared in a thunderous voice. All of you King stop right now! Boom! Golden ripples proliferated throughout the entire experimental site. He unleashed his divine might technique to its fullest extent. On the testing ground, all the disciples rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Among the thousands of disciples, not a single one was able to withstand Lin's godly aura. Even Xiangling, who was of the return to void intermediate stage, fell to her knees. In an instant, the entire space seemed to quiet down. The humans who were being imprisoned or tortured all turned their gazes to Lin. Their empty and despairing eyes did not change at all, as if they were looking at something that had nothing to do with them. And Lin, what happened to you? Did we do something wrong? Xiangling looked at Lin with an innocent and panicked expression, as if she didn't understand why Lin was so angry. At this moment, Lin felt as if he and the people in front of him belonged to two different worlds. And Lin pointed at the 100,000 humans on the testing ground and yelled, "Release all of these people!" Xiangling raised her head and stared at Lin with confusion on her face. Sect leader Lin, why? It wasn't easy for us to capture so many of these lab rats. Why should we release them? Why should we release them? And Lin glared at Xiangling as if he wanted to skin her alive. He took a deep breath. Most of these humans are mortals, so there's no point in training them in demonic techniques. Next time, we'll capture some cultivators to refine. But what if we alert the other sects? A conflicted expression appeared on Xiangling's face. Who calls the shots in this sect? And Lin roared. Xiangling's body shuddered, and she hurriedly lowered her head. I'll do as you say. Many of the humans on the testing ground were affected by Lin's words. However, there were still many of them who were dumbstruck. They had clearly not come to their senses yet after experiencing this hellish scene for a long time. And Lin's decision created a massive stir among the elders and disciples of the divine dark Tao sect. Grand Elder Song Chiu immediately objected. saying that Enlin's decision would have extremely negative consequences for the divine Dark Dao sect. Song Chio was then slapped into the ground by Enlin, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive, outside the divine mountain. Before they knew it, close to 100,000 naked humans had gathered. They breathed in the fresh air, bathed in the warm sunlight, and looked out at the picturesque scenery, feeling as if a lifetime had passed. Tina unleashed a spell technique to cover these 100,000 humans with fresh grass and green leaves. Tina even unleashed a great healing technique on some of the severely wounded humans who were still being corroded by the demonic techniques. Hello, Bailing. Send some sect disciples over on a white spatial ferry. I'll send you the coordinates. I need to help 100,000 humans return to the kingdom of the 9 states, and Lin said, "All right, I'll do that right away." Bai Ling didn't ask any questions and immediately activated the flying shuttle. Xiang Ling stared at the scenes unfolding before her with a perplexed expression. Why? Why was her sect leader so nice to these lab rats? As the sect leader of the divine Dark Dao sect, shouldn't he be killing all of these people with his blood refinement? Why was sect leader Enlin so different from what she had imagined him to be? Xiang Ling was extremely perplexed. Could someone like him really lead the sect to glory? And Lin ended the voice transmission before turning his eyes toward the divine mountain up ahead. The red maple below was like fire, while the white snow above was like pure white. It looked like a fairy with skin whiter than snow was dancing in a bright red dress. It was very beautiful. However, he knew just how filthy this celestial maiden was. The disciples of the divine Dark Dao sect had no regard for life and tortured the humans like lab rats over and over again. The anguished cries of despair didn't affect their hearts in the slightest. The humans were nothing more than living materials that they tortured to death. After they were done, they were thrown away. Some were sucked dry, some were chopped into mincemeat, and the stench of their blood wafted through the air. And Lin had once fantasized about using his own power to change the divine Dark Dao sect and turn it into a hidden force of his own. However, all of this disappeared after he saw the experimental site. All of the disciples and elders here had their hands stained with the blood of countless humans. They didn't treat humans as humans and had tortured countless humans to death. Could they still be saved? There's no hope. The blood on your hands can no longer be washed clean. You can only repay the debt of blood with blood. And Lin suddenly sighed with rage. He didn't think that he was a righteous cultivator who only wanted to rid the world of evil. However, after witnessing what the divine Dark Dao sect had done, he couldn't help but want to do something. Sect leader Enlin, what are you talking about? Xiang Ling turned to look at Enlin with a curious expression, and Lin extended a hand toward the divine mountain in the distance. I've already mastered the Sky Sealing Dark King's sect protection formation. Boom! In that instant, heaven and earth tremored violently. A gargantuan sect protection formation enshrouded the entire divine mountain. An extremely mighty projection of the Sky Sealing Dark King appeared in the air above the divine mountain, as if it were a fiend celestial descending upon this world. Its aura was so vast that it threatened to crush heaven and earth. Sect leader of the divine Dark Dao sect, what are your orders? The Sky Sealing Dark King formation spirit asked, and Lin spoke expressionlessly, commit suicide. Heaven and earth instantly fell silent. Xiang Ling's eyes widened as if she had heard something extremely terrifying. Even though the Sky Sealing Dark King formation spirit had no consciousness of its own, it was struggling instinctively, and Lin gripped the formation spirit's hand, and the sect protection formation was activated in a frenzy. Commit suicide. Release all of the formation's energy and bury the new divine Dark Dao sect. This divine Dark Dao sect doesn't deserve to exist in this world. Chapter 1272. This divine Dark Dao sect doesn't deserve to exist in this world. and Lin's words reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Xiangling was dumbstruck. The 100,000 humans who had been imprisoned in the cage were also dumbstruck. No! The sky-sealing Dark King Formation's spirit roared with pain as its body quickly cracked open. An extremely dazzling dark light instantly erupted from the divine, dark Dao Sect Protection Formation. The veined patterns of the formation encompassed the entire mountain. An energy that had been accumulated for over 10,000 years was instantly unleashed. Boom! Dark, destructive energy exploded forth from the formation, tearing through the mountain and annihilating all things before transforming into an inky black pillar of light that soared into the sky. Heaven and earth seemed to have lost all color in that instant. Only the boundless destructive light of the formation filled the entire space. If a Dao integration stage formation were to unleash all of its power in an instant, just how terrifying would that be? The destructive shock waves were capable of uprooting the earth within a radius of over 50 kilometers. Trees and rocks danced wildly in the sky before being annihilated. All of the surrounding mountains were razed to the ground by the shock waves. At the center of the explosion, the massive divine mountain was also gradually reduced to dust by the destructive power of the formation. Countless divine dark Dao sect elders and disciples let loose blood-curdling cries that reverberated through the heavens. No life form could survive an explosion of this caliber. The 100,000 humans stared blankly at the scenes of destruction before their eyes. Tears finally flowed from their eyes as they listened to the blood-curdling cries of the divine, dark Dao sect disciples. Some of them wailed, some of them laughed, and some of them knelt to the ground and kowtowed relentlessly. They were finally free from their shackles at this moment. The complete destruction of the divine dark Dao sect had completely eradicated the nightmare that had been plaguing their hearts. They would never be captured again, and they would never have to return to that hellish place again. All those who had harmed them had suffered retribution. Their eyes were no longer filled with despair, and they were no longer as numb and emotionless as livestock. Their taut heartstrings were finally loosened, and almost everyone began to cry. We're saved. We're finally saved. We can live. We can live again. Thank you, sect leader and Lin, for upholding justice for us. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wah! People released their emotions to their heart's content. Xiangling slumped to the ground in a daze, and her eyes were glazed over as she shook her head incessantly. No, this can't be real. This must be a nightmare. This is definitely a nightmare. You are the real one. And Lin said indifferently. Xiangling's delicate body trembled. She suddenly stood up and grabbed Lin's collar. Her eyes were bloodshot as she screamed hysterically. Why? You're the sect leader of the divine, dark Dao sect. Why are you doing this? Are you crazy? Ah. As Xiangling spoke, tears streamed down her face. She was very attached to the divine dark Dao sect, and she was very proud to be the grand elder of the sect. She was still waiting for the divine dark Dao sect to return to its former glory. For this, she had already waited for over 10,000 years. But why did it end up like this in the end? They slaughtered so many living people. Their sins are unforgivable. Their sins must be paid with death. And Lin said without any mercy, slaughtered. Xiangling felt as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Ha ha ha. The sect leader of a demonic sect is saying that his disciples slaughtered other people? He wants all of his disciples to pay for their sins with death? To think that the new sect leader of the divine dark Dao sect would kill all of the disciples and elders because of this. What a joke. Xiangling's fingernails dug into her palms, and an extremely incredulous expression appeared on her face. And Lin shook his head upon seeing Xiangling's expression. The sect leader of a demonic sect? I'm sorry, but I don't want that title anymore. I picked up the Dark King's inheritance on the side of the road, so don't take it seriously. Xiangling, Also, I know that you're extremely loyal to the divine Dark Tao sect, but your loyalty doesn't differentiate between right and wrong, good and evil, and it's completely inhumane. This is blind loyalty, and I can't let you live." And Lin silently pulled out his evil-slaying sword and prepared to end Xiang Ling's life. Xiang Ling stumbled back a few steps. Her beautiful face was deathly pale without a trace of blood. She turned to look at the collapsed divine mountain with a forlorn smile on her face. "I don't need you to do anything." Xiang Ling pulled out her snowy white longsword. "The divine Dark Tao sect is gone. So what's the point of me living in this world? Isn't it just death?" Whoosh! The snowy white long sword pierced through Xiang Ling's heart, and blood stained the snowy white blade. Xiang Ling gripped the hilt of her sword tightly as she glared at Enlin. "Very good, Enlin. Our divine Dark Tao sect has lost this time, but the will of the Dark King is omnipresent, and you're going to suffer the most excruciating pain in this world." And Lin nodded. "I understand how you're feeling. You're in agony, you're filled with indignation, and you're filled with remorse. You really want me to pay the price, so hurry up and go to hell to find your organization." Xiang Ling. The woman finally fell, and she took one last look at the rubble of the divine mountain before slowly closing her eyes. The final survivor of the divine Dark Tao sect had finally perished. All of the spectators who had witnessed the entire process were extremely elated. A smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face as she stared at Enlin. The man before her had never disappointed her. Tina also landed on Enlin's shoulder with a dainty smile on her face. She tugged on Enlin's hair with a smile. "Giant Enlin, you've grown a little taller." "I'm just angry." He's just angry. To hell with the divine Dark Tao sect. And Lin wasn't particularly smug. All he wanted was for there to be fewer disgusting sects like this in this world. Bai Ling led the disciples on the spaceship and soon arrived at the location where Enlin had sent the coordinates. They arranged for the 100,000 humans to board the spaceship in an orderly manner before returning to the Kingdom of the 9 States. "Enlin, who would have thought that you would do another great deed of good karma? I really admire you." Bai Ling wore a white dress as she stood beside the cabin door with a vibrant smile. "Big sister Bai, please don't look at me like I'm your senior." And Lin could sense Bai Ling's benevolent gaze, and he felt a little strange. "What? They're over 10,000 years older than you, but they're still my senior?" Bai Ling cocked her head to the side with a smile. "Xiao, Zhe, and Xiao Tu are a few 100,000 years older than me, but they're still 1 generation younger than me. What do you think?" And Lin chuckled. Bai Ling was a little angry. "You're using your disciples' seniority to bully me again." And Lin and the others followed Bai Ling onto the spatial white fairy spaceship and returned to the 4-9 Immortal sect. Heaven and earth fell silent again. After what seemed like an eternity, the divine mountain that had been reduced to rubble tremored violently. Boom! A rock golem that was riddled with wounds crawled out of the rubble. Huff, huff, huff! That almost blew me up. That was way too terrifying. Why did the divine mountain suddenly explode, just as I was contemplating whether this world would be destroyed? Could it be that this is a forbidden realm of thought? The rock golem threw up a few kilograms of blood before looking up into the sky and falling into deep thought. Chapter 1273. Just as AI Air was contemplating this conundrum, the mountain that had been razed to the ground began to squirm again. There seemed to be a living being chewing on something underground. Crunch, 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 crunch. The sound was dark and eerie, sending chills down one's spine. How troublesome. Looks like I'll have to find a new place. The rock golem fell into deep thought for a moment before tearing open a spatial rift and fleeing from this place. In the Kingdom of the 9 States, news of the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect, Enlin, destroying the mystic realm of the new divine Dark Tao sect and rescuing over 100,000 humans from the Kingdom of the 9 States, instantly spread throughout the entire Kingdom of the 9 States and even the entire Thai Chu continent. This news was not released by Enlin and the others. Instead, it was spread by the 100,000 humans who had been rescued. The 4-9 Immortal sect's reputation grew as a result, and it became a top-rate immortal sect that everyone looked up to. Who wouldn't like a powerful sect that was full of righteousness? The 4-9 Immortal sect had always upheld justice for itinerant cultivators and became a friend of the itinerant cultivators of the Kingdom of the Nine States. Now they had rescued civilians, eradicated a top-rate demonic sect, and become a friend of the people of the Kingdom of the Nine States. And Lin had initially just wanted to establish a random sect for fun, but he didn't think that it would become a role model for all of the immortal sects in the Kingdom of the Nine States. This was making him a little panicked. He didn't want to become an idol. With such a good image, it would be very easy for him to be criticized if he didn't do a good job in the future. On the contrary, if the sect was careless and frivolous, then there was a greater chance that it would be forgiven and forgiven by the world if it did something wrong. And Lin was very frustrated. But this had become a trend that couldn't be stopped. There were even people who believed that those who didn't love the 4-9 Immortal sect weren't citizens of the Kingdom of the Nine States. The 4-9 Immortal sect was becoming more and more powerful. And the most direct effect was that the number of cultivators applying to become an outer sect disciple began to increase explosively. There were very few inner sect core disciples, and the only way to become an inner sect core disciple was to perform extremely well among the outer sect disciples. Over the past few days, there had been quite a number of soul formation cultivators applying to become outer sect disciples, and Lin was really worried that he would delay the future of these geniuses. But he couldn't resist their enthusiasm, so he could only reluctantly accept them as outer sect disciples. In the imperial palace of the Dark Wind imperial family in the Wind Plain province, the purple-clothed woman had a beautiful face and an extremely voluptuous figure. Her hands were crossed, and her chin rested on her jade-like hands as she leaned against the red jade sandalwood table. The 2 large balls on her chest were also lying softly on the table. The woman was currently looking at a white jade mirror, within which was a copy of the Kingdom of the Nine States dispatch. There was an image of a handsome man in a white robe, and next to the image was a description of his feats in the divine Dark Tao sect. She was the 6th princess of the imperial family, Xiang Qingya. Xiang Qingya couldn't help but smile as she read the story in the newspaper. I thought you would be a good devil sect leader. I really didn't expect. The light you emit makes people want to get close to you within the 4-9 Immortal sect conference chamber. That's all I'm going to tell you about my experiences in the divine Dark Tao sect. Aside from the 3 immortal tools, 8 immortal pills, and 6 immortal fruits, everything else, including 156 spirit tools, 2,500 magic tools, 320 spirit pills, 500 spirit fruits, and a certain number of exotic plants and minerals, will all be part of the sect's assets. Do you have any objections? And Lin spoke in a slow voice. All of the pavilion lords and elders raised their hands in approval and cheered the sect leader in unison. This mission could have been defined as an individual mission, and Lin was donating all of these items for the sake of the sect. All of the divine Dark Tao sect's resources had basically become the 4-9 Immortal sect's resources. The 4-9 Immortal sect could finally be referred to as a filthy rich sect. The 8 immortal pills and 6 immortal fruits were split among Su Xiaolan, Tina, and Dabai. And Lin only wanted 3 immortal tools, and all 3 immortal tools were immortal swords. These immortal swords were very useful to Lin, so he kept them for himself. Coupled with the 130 million spirit stones that he had taken from the divine Dark Tao sect, he now had a total of 188 million spirit stones. Ah, so much money. So annoying. How am I supposed to spend all of this money? And Lin was very disconsolate as he murmured to himself, If you don't know how to spend it, then just give it to me, woof. Dabai interjected, and Lin shot a glance at Dabai before shoving a Dabai ignore bun into his mouth. Shut up. Dubai immediately began to chew on the Dubai ignore bun with glee. Ha ha ha, big brother in. Do you think I provoked you by accident? I did it on purpose to trick you into giving me a stuffed bun. Are you stupid? Ha 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 woof. And Lin, what a foolish and insignificant pursuit. In any case, Dubai was happy, so and Lin just let him be. Time passed by very quickly in the 4-9 Immortal sect. When he had nothing to do, he would practice his rainbow lightning and various types of flames, as well as instruct his disciple, Yi Ling, in her sword techniques. Before he knew it, the day of the Heavenly Peach Banquet had arrived. Hurry up! The Celestial Court is holding the Heavenly Peach Banquet, and it's going to last for 10 days. And Lin called out to all of his friends at the sect. Sun Yulua looked at everyone with an envious expression. The legendary Heavenly Peach Banquet. I really want to go too. I really want to taste heavenly peaches. What do you want to eat? Heavenly peaches? Are the heavenly peaches as delicious as I am? A blue-skinned boy suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Xian. He opened his abyssal mouth, revealing a set of white teeth that were stained with blood. A foul stench wafted toward Zhang Xian. Ah, save me, mommy. Sun Yulua's heart almost skipped a beat, and he immediately turned and fled. A little boy hovered in the air in hot pursuit, and Lin was quite elated upon seeing this. I was worried that Sun Yulua would be lonely without us at the sect, but it looks like my worries were completely unfounded. The Blue Dream Sword Spirit is here to accompany him. Look at how harmonious and loving this is. Everyone's expression darkened upon hearing this. What kind of harmonious and loving was this? That was referring to the sword spirit, right? Sun Yulua was about to be scared **less. There were a total of 20 people who could participate in the Celestial Court's Heavenly Peach Banquet in the name of the 4-9 Immortal sect. And Lin looked at everyone before him, including Su Xiaolan, Xian Yuancheng, Su Qianyin, Lu Qianhuan, Bai Ling, Xiao Zhe, Xiao Tu, Tang Ximin, and Long Outyin. Xiao Hong, Little Tian, Xiao Chou, Bai Yao, Little Na, Little Gu, Yi Ling, Little Lang, Bryce, and him. Let's go to the Celestial Court's Heavenly Peach Banquet. Chapter 1274. The Celestial Court was one of the most powerful forces on the Taichu continent, so the banquet it held was definitely going to be a grand occasion for the entire Tai-Chu continent. On the floating continent of the Celestial Court, all of a sudden, immortal steeds filled the air, and flying ships fell like rain. One representative after another from all over the world began to gather at the venue of the Heavenly Peach Banquet, which was the little green island of the Celestial Court. Even though the little green island had the word little in its name, it wasn't small at all. It was over 1 million square kilometers in size, and the vital energy on the island was extremely rich. There were countless rare mutant beasts on the island, and it was the most renowned immortal holy land in the Celestial Court. A round, white flying ship slowly landed on the island, and Lin and the others emerged from the cabin door. Phew! Such fresh air. I feel like my entire body has been cleansed. And Lin spread open his arms as he breathed in and out with elation. In front of them was an immortal realm. Lush grass and flowers grew all over the ground. Spirit trees provided shade, immortal mountains rose and fell, and immortal cranes danced in the air. It was an extremely harmonious and natural scene, and it was extremely refreshing to look at. This is the little green island, right? There's an extremely powerful enchantment barrier enshrouding the entire area, Su Xiaolan said with a smile. And Lin nodded. This spell formation is very powerful. At the very least, it would still be very troublesome to break through this spell formation even after using his divine inspection technique. However, there was no need for him to do so. He handed a golden invitation letter to the divine general guarding this holy land, and the 24-9 Immortal sect members entered the little green island. Oh, so this is the holy land of the Celestial Court? It looks pretty good. It's comparable to the holy land of our dragon tribe in the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm. Xiao Tu looked around with an intrigued expression. Beautiful, grand, and classy. Xiao Zhe gave him a thumbs up. Yi Ling wore a blue dress, and she held tightly onto Lin's large hand with a hint of fear and curiosity in her eyes. Master, the scenery here is so beautiful, and it's very comfortable. I feel like I'm floating, and I feel like I'm about to fly into the sky. And Lin chuckled as he scratched Yi Ling's nose. Silly disciple, you're in the sky right now, there's no need to fly. Ah. Yi Ling's eyes widened as she looked down at the solid ground with a confused expression. We're not on the ground. But this land is flying in the sky. It's tens of thousands of meters tall. And Lin stretched out his hand and measured the height as he spoke in an extremely serious manner. Yi Ling suddenly felt as if her legs were about to give way, and tears were about to fall from her eyes as she spoke in a trembling voice. Master, I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? And Lin asked. I'm afraid of heights. Yi Ling pouted as she looked up at Lin with a pitiable expression. And Lin thought about it for a moment before picking Yi Ling up with one arm. How about this? Master is holding me, so I'm not afraid. A carefree smile appeared on Yi Ling's face, and Lin pinched Yi Ling's soft cheeks. You're always so troublesome. Yi Ling smiled and didn't say anything as she buried her head in Lin's shoulder with a wistful expression. Xiao Zhe and Xiao Tu both sighed with emotion as they looked at the interaction between Lin and Yi Ling. Xiao Tu heaved a faint sigh. This is the right way to interact with a master and disciple. Xiao Zhe nodded in agreement. It's natural and harmonious. I'm envious. I'm suspecting that I'm a fake disciple, Xiao Tu continued. Xiao Zhe was astonished. You want Lin to carry you? My God! And Lin was carrying a grown man, and they were talking and laughing. Xiao Zhe didn't even dare to imagine this. Don't spout nonsense. That's not what I meant. A blush appeared on Xiao Tu's face. The 4-9 Immortals sect group traveled along the Bluestone Path on the Little Green Island. A flight restriction spell formation had already been set up on the Little Green Island in order to prevent chaos, so all visitors had to travel on the ground. And Lin rode on Dubai with Yi Ling in his arms, enjoying the scenery along the way. Hi, and Lin, why didn't you say hello? A celestial maiden in a lavish feather dress descended from the sky. She had gentle and beautiful features, and her eyes were clear and limpid. This was none other than the 7th daughter of the Celestial Darch, Celestial Maiden Tianyu. Lin Junjun, how can you fly? And Lin was a little disgruntled at the sight of Celestial Maiden Tianyu descending from the sky. The flight restriction, spell formation, didn't work on this woman. A faint smile appeared on Lin Junjun's face. I'm awesome. After saying that, she even slightly raised her chin, as arrogant as a swan. And Lin thought to himself, she's just a privileged dog. What's there to be proud of? As an honorary elder of the 4-9 Immortal sect, I'll take you to have some fun here. There's no need to thank me, Lin Junjun said in a friendly manner. Everyone naturally didn't stand on ceremony with her. Big sister, where can I find delicious food? Yi Ling asked with excitement. The myriad fruit orchard produces all types of precious fruits, and you can eat any of them you want. They've been nurtured by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and are extremely delicious. I'll take you to pick some. Lin Junjun smiled. Long live Celestial Maiden Tianyu. Yi Ling raised her hands into the air and cheered. Ms. Tianyu, may I ask where the place with the most abundant spiritual energy is? I want to experience it for myself, Xian Yuanqing asked with a warm expression. The place with the most abundant spiritual energy is the Heavenly Pond. That place is a restricted area, but I can take you there, Lin Junjun said with a smile. Xian Yuanqing extended a graceful salute to express his gratitude. Thank you, Ms. Tianyu. Celestial Maiden Tianyu, I need a place where the sun shines the brightest, Xiaohong said with excitement. All right. I'll take you there later. Lin Junjun nodded. Here, it could be said that she would grant all requests, fully displaying the bearing of a host. There are a total of 2,000 representatives from over 100 different powers who have been invited to the Heavenly Peach Banquet of the Celestial Court. The 4 great sects, 9 Imperials, and 7 first-rate immortal sects, including the 4-9 immortal sect, make up a total of 20 powers. Within the myriad fruit orchard, Lin Junjun shared fruits with everyone as she made introductions. Aside from that, the creation realm where the Hall of Creation is located, the Western Buddhist kingdom where the Western Paradise is located, the Holy Paradise where the Garden of Eden is located, the Spirit Lake realm, the North Song Mountain realm, the moving Thousand Star Islands, the Sea Heart Palace, the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas. For safety reasons, the Celestial Court has restricted the number of Tao Integration Stage Super Mighty Figures, but there are a total of 12 Tao Integration Stage Super Mighty Figures participating in the Celestial Court Heavenly Peach Banquet. As for Return to Void Stage and Soul Formation Stage Super Mighty Figures, there are countless of them. Lin Junjun's introduction made everyone's hearts tremble. As expected of a renowned banquet across the entire continent, just the number of participants was already extremely impressive. Who knew what the following events were going to be like? This was a true gathering of powerful beings from all over the world, a grand ceremony where everyone from all over the world would come to celebrate. Chapter 1275. All of the 4-9 immortal sect members were a little excited. Are we going to be able to see powerful beings from all over the world soon? Long Out Yan's battle intent surged as he spoke with an excited expression. I want to see how many familiar faces there are on this new Tai Chu continent. Xiao Tu was also very curious, and a warm smile appeared on his face. As expected of the Celestial Court, as expected of a top-tier power, Tang Shimin sighed with emotion. If our 4-9 immortal sect could also hold a celebration of this caliber, I wonder how much money we could earn. Xiao Zhe was a little envious, and Lin drew a sharp intake of breath before also speaking with excitement. Just the congratulatory gifts alone would probably exceed 100 million. Not only that, but if we could expand the scope of our invitations and hold more events, we could easily earn over 100 million. There's no point thinking about these things now. We have to work hard to make the sect more powerful. Xianyuan Cheng's fighting spirit seemed to have been ignited, and he looked up into the sky with a burning desire in his heart. The path to riches is right before our eyes. We have to work hard to achieve even greater glory. And Lin made a concluding speech as the sect leader. Go. Su Qianyun raised her little fist into the air as she spoke in her mellow voice. Go. Go. All of the other sect members cheered for themselves. Lin Junjun, wasn't the topic of discussion a little off? Why was the situation developing in a different direction from what she had envisioned? What happened to praising and envying the Celestial Court? Why did the topic suddenly change to how to make money from a celebration? Where's your ambition? Where's your integrity? Lin Junjun roared in her heart, but she still wore a graceful smile on her face. The Heavenly Peach Banquet hadn't officially commenced yet. Everyone had fun on the little green island. After eating fruits in the myriad fruit orchard, they went to the Heavenly Pond to play in the water, sunbathe on the Golden Sun Mountain, and eat ice cream at the Mystic Ice Pagoda. Under Lin Junjun's guidance, they walked and played along the way. Before they knew it, they had visited all of the interesting attractions on the little green island. The Heavenly Palace is up ahead, which is the main venue for the Heavenly Peach Banquet. 2,000 representatives will be here to experience the most unforgettable celebration of their lives. Lin Junjun introduced. In front of everyone, an extremely magnificent palace appeared in their field of vision. It was completely constructed from the most exquisite immortal jade, and its main colors were white and gold, causing it to seem extremely sacred and dignified. It was a few hundred meters tall and occupied an extremely large area, and Lin felt that this palace could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people, let alone a few thousand. "Hi, and Lin, we meet again." Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from behind him, and Lin turned around and saw a few stone golems walking over with smiles on their faces. "Senior Yudo." At the same time, he turned to Hong Do with a hint of a smile on his face. "Hong Do, you're also participating in the Heavenly Peach Banquet." Hong Do blushed upon hearing this, and a scorching flame ignited in his chest. "Don't look down on me. Why can't I participate? I'm a top-tier prodigy among the younger generation of the creation realm." "Yes, yes, yes, you're a prodigy," and Lin replied in a perfunctory manner. The noodle monster wrapped a noodle around Hong Do's neck and chortled with glee. "I've watched Hong Do grow up. Even though he's not progressing very quickly, his foundation is extremely solid, and he's taking it one step at a time. There's a good chance that he'll become a top-tier mighty figure in the future." And Lin looked at the monster whose body was covered by a red and white bowl. The soup within the bowl was rippling, and the noodles were waving like tentacles. "You are?" And Lin asked in surprise. Yudo laughed heartily. "I forgot to mention, this is the Holy Lord Noodle, a return to void final stage mighty figure of the Hall of Creation and the most powerful being in the world of ramen." And Lin's mouth gaped open in shock as he stared at the noodle monster. "It's an honor to meet you." Yi Ling was drooling off to the side. "It smells so good." The Holy Lord Noodle's entire body was exuding an extremely fragrant aroma. That was most likely its body fragrance. Tang Shimin was in despair. He was even inferior to a noodle monster now. All of the other 4-9 Immortal Sect members were also staring at the noodle monster before them with astonishment and amazement. However, the world was vast and anything could happen. Even a snail could become a mythological beast. So a return to void stage noodle monster seemed to make sense. The representative of the White Fox tribe, Bai Muyu, had also arrived. She tugged on Bai Yao's arm and chided her in a quiet voice. "Look at you! Are you bullying Xiao Chou again? Look, he's gotten skinnier." Bai Yao's cheeks were flushed with embarrassment as she stammered in a quiet voice. And Lin fell into deep thought upon seeing this, and he tugged on Su Xiaolan's slender little hand. "Look, Su Xiaolan, he's getting more and more comfortable, and he's getting more and more exhausted. Xiao Chou is so blessed. When have I ever been as blessed as he is?" Su Xiaolan faltered for an instant before instantly understanding. She pinched in Lin's arm with an embarrassed expression. "Look at you. Perverted. Shameless." Tina and Yi Ling blinked with confusion on their faces. They didn't know why Su Xiaolan was yelling at Lin. Had he said something wrong? Only Da Bai stood off to the side and chuckled with relish. Sect leader Lin. A crisp call sounded in the distance, and Lin turned to discover a dozen lavishly dressed people making their way toward him. The one leading the group was a purple-robed woman with a vibrant smile on her face, and she waved at him. "Princess Xiang Qingya." And Lin greeted her with a faint smile. Xiang Qingya made her way over to him and extended a respectful curtsy before speaking in a gentle voice. "Sect leader Lin, I still haven't repaid you for what you did for me. I've brought some gifts for you today, and I hope you can accept them." She pulled out a storage ring from her storage ring as she spoke before handing it to Lin. And Lin accepted the gift without any hesitation. After all, he didn't reject any gifts that came his way. "I am the Emperor of the Dark Wind Imperial Family, Xiang Fingyi. Thank you again, Sect leader Lin, for saving my daughter's life." A scholarly man led a few other people to express their gratitude toward Lin in a very friendly manner. And Lin was also happy to make a few more allies, and they conversed happily with one another. Not long after this, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly caused the air around them to congeal, and Lin felt as if someone was holding a sword to his heart. This was an extremely dangerous and terrifying threat of death. Before Lin had even made a move, Lu Qianhuan's voice sounded. Lu Mingxian, have you gone mad? Lu Qianhuan's voice sounded, and she was almost roaring with rage. This is the Celestial Court. What do you want? The pressure on Lin instantly disappeared, and Lin slowly turned around and was greeted by the sight of a handsome man in a flowing robe leading close to 30 powerful sword cultivators toward him. It was the Heavenly Sword Sect, one of the 4 great sects in the Kingdom of the 9 States. Lu Mingxian, if you do this again, don't come to the Heavenly Peach Banquet. A frosty expression appeared on Lin Junjun's face as she spoke in a cold voice. She didn't like people threatening her friends with their auras. It's just an exchange of pointers. Don't do it again. Lu Mingxian laughed heartily. Then he turned his gaze toward Lin. Sect leader Lin, how have you been? The man asked with a warm smile, as if nothing had happened. I've been fine. It's just that there have been too many cultivators wanting to enter the 4-9 Immortal Sect recently, so I've been a little overwhelmed. And Lin replied with a smile. Oh, you're the one who has to care about all the random cultivators who want to enter the sect? Does the 4-9 Immortal Sect accept just anyone? Lu Mingxian was a little surprised. There's gold in the sand, so I have to make a careful selection. For example, I can only accept disciples like Sun Yulua who have decent aptitudes and a sword spirit, and Lin replied with a nonchalant expression. The veins on Lu Mingxian's forehead bulged. Chapter 1276. The reason why Lu Mingxian was targeting Lin was because Lin had humiliated him multiple times. The first time was during the 4-9 Immortal Sect's grand opening ceremony, and the second time was during the Blue Dream Ancient Sword incident. In the ancient sword tomb of the Heavenly Sword Sect, an ancient sword had finally given birth to a spirit, but in the end it ran away and recognized an idiotic fan of Lin as its master. San Yulua had been expelled by 3rd Elder Zhu Yinshan, and he had no choice but to join the 4-9 Immortal Sect. After that, the Blue Dream Sword spirit fell into the hands of the 4-9 Immortal Sect. The 4-9 Immortal Sect had somehow become the biggest winner, while the Heavenly Sword Sect was completely dumbstruck. This matter infuriated Lu Mingxian. He directly punished the idiot Zhu Yinshan to guard the sect's forbidden area for 500 years, and he was not allowed to come out until the time was up. And Lin, don't be so arrogant. What belongs to our Heaven's Sword Sect will belong to our Heaven's Sword Sect. You snatched the ancient sword by force. Just wait to be punished by our Heaven's Sword Sect. A blue-robed young man stepped forward. His eyes were like lightning as he shouted, and Lin glanced at that man and said with a light smile, Yo, isn't this the first senior brother of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Ouyingxia, who was chased and beaten by me before? Now that you've found a backer, Papa, you finally have the confidence to show your face? You. Ouyingxia was seething with anger, but he didn't know how to refute. Do you really not know what your 4-9 Immortal Sect is? You don't even have a Dao integration stage cultivation base, yet you want to oppose the Heavenly Sword Sect? You're all trash outside of the 4-9 Immortal Sect's territory. A woman stepped forward with an enraged expression, and Lin had an impression of this woman. She seemed to be Lu Qianhuan's stepmother, Zhu Shan. I won't allow you to talk about my sect like that, you evil woman. Yi Ling was a little scared at the sight of Zhu Shan, but she was still enraged. Zhu Shan had almost killed Yi Ling for Lu Wenbin's sake, and if it weren't for Lin's intervention, Yi Ling would have most likely perished at her hands. Yi Ling had long regarded the sect as her home. Now that someone was insulting her sect, she naturally couldn't tolerate it. Even if that person was a woman that she was extremely afraid of, she still had to stand up. Everyone else from the 4-9 Immortal Sect also glared at the Heavenly Sword Sect with hostile expressions. And Lin's brows furrowed slightly, and he didn't look at Zhu Shan. Instead, he turned to Lu Mingxian with a smile. Sect leader Lu sure has good eyes to find such a virtuous and intelligent wife. Lu Mingxuan's eyes darkened. Zhu Shan was so enraged that she was about to lash out. How could they not understand such an obvious irony? And Lin merely stood off to the side with a smile. If it weren't for the fact that Zhu Shan had a backer, she definitely wouldn't have lasted more than 2 episodes. At this moment, a gentle and pleasant voice sounded from nearby. Hee, so it turns out that the famous and transcendent Heavenly Sword sect master's wife is actually a shrew. This has truly opened my eyes. Zhu Shan's chest constricted with rage upon hearing this, and she glowered at the intruder. You dare to say something like that to my face? Do you have a death wish? I'm telling the truth. What? You're not convinced? Come and hit me, you shrew. An exquisitely beautiful woman made her way over to them in an unhurried manner. She wore a phoenix coronet, and her eyes were as blue as the sea. Her figure was graceful and alluring, and her skin was fairer than snow. There was a hint of indestructible tenacity in her delicate features. A smile appeared on Lin's face upon seeing this woman. This was none other than the princess of the West Sea Spirit Fish clan, Lan Xiaoni. No, he should be referring to her as the alliance leader of the West Sea Alliance, Lan Xiaoni. So what if you have Dao integration stage cultivators? If you really want to fight, I'll call on my 2 Dao integration stage seniors to play with you. Lan Xiaoni glared at Zhu Shan with a disdainful expression. Hai, Priest Guyu, and Yu Feiyu stepped forward, and their auras began to emanate from their bodies. Zhu Shan's features paled slightly, and she took a step back, not daring to say anything. Each first-rate power on the continent could only send 1 Dao integration stage mighty figure. She wasn't an idiot, and she knew what it meant to have 2 Dao integration stage mighty figures standing behind Lan Xiaoni. She definitely couldn't afford to mess with such a powerful being. Lu Mingxian definitely wouldn't provoke such a colossus over something as insignificant as this. This is a matter between us and the 4-9 Immortal sect. Why are you interfering? Lu Mingxian turned toward Lan Xiaoni and the others with a curious expression. The West Sea Alliance ruled over almost all of the powers in the West Sea, and its power was unprecedented in the entire West Sea. He didn't understand why they would stand up for the 4-9 Immortal sect. I can't stand that B*TCH. It's as simple as that. What right does that B*TCH have to criticize the 4-9 Immortal sect? Lan Xiaoni replied in a straightforward manner, not giving any face to Lin. You! Zhu Shan's body trembled with rage upon hearing this, and she drew her sword as she roared, I'm going to kill you! However, in the next instant, her power was restricted by some kind of power. Lu Mingxian slowly sheathed Zhu Shan's sword. Why, Mingxian, she's insulting me. Zhu Shan gritted her teeth with an indignant expression, and tears of indignation were about to flow from her eyes. You insulted the 4-9 Immortal sect first. So be it, we'll talk about it after the Heavenly Peach Banquet. Lu Mingxuan's voice was a little disinterested, and he clearly didn't want to fight anymore. Zhu Shan was extremely humiliated. She hadn't even been humiliated like this back at the 4-9 Immortal sect. One had to realize that someone was calling her a B*TCH and a B*TCH right to her face. She had never been treated like this before, and she was almost driven insane by the feeling of having to swallow her anger. However, she had no choice as Lu Mingxian had already spoken. The Heavenly Sword sect members could only leave with their tails between their legs and enter the Heavenly Palace. Lan Xiaoni made her way over to them before extending a polite greeting. Sect leader Lin, friends from the 4-9 Immortal sect, I am Lan Xiaoni, the leader of the West Sea Alliance. Greetings, Alliance leader. And Lin pretended not to recognize her with a smile. A faint blush appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face, and she transmitted her voice to Lin in a slightly awkward manner. Don't be like that, Big Boss Lin. Just call me by my name. Underling Lan, you were very cool just then. and Lin transmitted his voice to her in praise. A smug smile appeared on Lan Xiaoни's face. She was very happy to be able to stand up for Big Boss. Alliance Leader Lan Xiaoni. Greetings, Alliance Leader. All of the 4-9 Immortal Sect members chimed in with relaxed expressions on their faces. They had already met Lan Xiaoni at the 4-9 Immortal Sect, so they knew that she was half a member of the 4-9 Immortal Sect. There's no need to be so polite, just call me by my name. A faint smile appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face, and her domineering aura from before had completely disappeared. She was like a frail little girl. This was actually her true self. Her domineering aura were just a facade she put on for everyone to see. Yu Do, Hong Do, and the others had yet to come to their senses as they stared blankly at the joyous scenes unfolding before their eyes. They had all been to the Fox tribe wedding, so they were even more dumbstruck. What's going on? Xiao Chou, Bai Yao, and Lan Xiaoni? Aren't they the ones who stole the wedding? Why are they so close now? Yu Do was dumbstruck. Hong Do looked at Lin and Lan Xiaoni, and his body shuddered. Could it be? Chapter 1277. What is it? Yu Do asked curiously. Hong Do came to his senses and shook his head vehemently. No, I won't. It knew that its conjecture involved a lot of things, so it couldn't easily say it out. Otherwise, there would be a calamity of annihilation. Hong Do turned to Lin and Lan Xiaoni before heaving a sigh of relief and nodding with a smile on his face, as if he were the only sober person in the world. Don't worry, fellow Taoist and Lin. I'll keep your secret. After chatting for a while, everyone entered the Sky Dome Hall. The main venue of the Celestial Court for the Saturn Peach Feast was the Sky Hall. Pushing open the door, a burst of fruity fragrance wafted over. In just a single breath, and Lin felt as if all the meridians in his body had melted. He felt as if he was about to ascend to the heavens. Ah, this fragrance, it's the fragrance of the peaches of immortality. Is this the legendary Immortality Peaches fragrance that can extend one's lifespan by 10 years with just a single breath? Oh my God, it smells so good! All of the 4-9 Immortal Sect members let loose cries of surprise as they were intoxicated by this peculiar fragrance. Lin Junjun smiled. That's right, this is the fragrance of spirit peaches that ripen once every 100 years. You guys also have the right to taste the spiritual peaches that ripen once in 100 years. Each of you can taste 3 for free. Gulp! All of the 4-9 Immortal Sect members swallowed involuntarily upon hearing this. When they smelled the fragrance, they couldn't help but drool. It must be incomparably delicious, right? They had made the right decision to come to the Saturn Peach Feast. Inside the main hall, immortal Qi lingered. Multicolored light bursts of auspicious Qi, and there were all kinds of immortal spirit beasts circling in the sky, looking beautiful and dreamy. Exquisite white tables and chairs were arranged according to a certain pattern. Every force had a fixed position, and it had already been arranged. On the table were plates of fruits and vegetables, and on top of them were all kinds of delicious fruits. What was most tempting was that there were 3 translucent, pink, and tender fruits on each plate. There were bursts of spiritual light around them, making them look extraordinary. Without a doubt, this was the legendary peach of immortality. And Lin and the others eagerly made their way to the 4-9 Immortal Sect's designated seating area. Dabai stuck out his tongue and was about to pounce on the peaches on the table like a hungry dog. However, it didn't even get a chance to jump before it was pressed down by Lin Junjun. The Celestial Arch hasn't said anything yet. Calm down, Lin Junjun said with a serious expression. I can't control myself, woof. Dabai said with a pained expression. At this moment, a thick white bone suddenly pierced into Dabai's mouth. Woo, woo. Dabai sucked on the bone with a shocked expression. His round eyes widened as he looked to his side, only to find a gentle and beautiful white dog looking at him with a loving expression. Be good and bear with it for a while. I'll give you this bone first, so that you can satisfy your craving. This giant white-furred dog was Qing Hua, who had followed the divine beast sex team. Qing Hua winked at Dabai and said with a charming smile, "Dabai, I've sucked on this bone before." Dabai's body stiffened, then trembled again. At this moment, the white figure had already disappeared into the distance. What a beautiful scene! Shui Zhantian flapped his little wings as he sighed with emotion. Dabai, all of the 4-9 Immortal sect members sat down and waited for the commencement of the banquet. One renowned, powerful being after another made their way into the heavenly palace, and Lin swore that this was the first time he had ever seen so many powerful beings at the same time. Any random peach they threw could strike a return to void stage mighty figure, and if they were lucky, they could even strike a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. It was rumored that 12 Tao integration stage mighty figures would also be attending the heavenly peach banquet. Including the 5 emperors of the heavenly court, there would be a total of 17 Tao integration stage super mighty figures participating in the heavenly peach banquet. And Lin also saw a particularly terrifying woman. She was the Tao integration stage super mighty figure representing the Snake Spirit clan from the Spirit Lake realm, Black Spirit Snake. That's right, when Black Spirit Snake stepped into the heavenly palace with the Snake Spirit clan cultivators, she had glared at Enlin, and the hostility and killing intent in her eyes could not be faked. And Lin instantly panicked. He was even more panicked than when he was being targeted by Lu Mingxian. One had to realize that no matter how powerful Lu Mingxian was, he would still be wary of Lan Xiaoni or the Celestial Court. However, Black Spirit Snake was a completely lawless monster. She had Nuwa as her backer, so who could stop her if she wanted to do something? Cold sweat began to pour down Enlin's forehead at the thought of his history with Black Spirit Snake. Why did the Celestial Darch invite her? Why didn't he invite the adorable White Spirit Snake instead? He looked around at the Snake Spirit clan cultivators to find no trace of White Spirit Snake. All right, his biggest trump card was gone, and he was in even more danger now. All of the Tao integration stage mighty figures gradually arrived. Black Spirit Snake of the Snake Spirit clan, Yufeiyu of the Spirit Fish clan, Guyu of the Heavenly Turtle tribe, Lu Mingxian of the Heavenly Sword sect, Zhu Shuza of the Vermilion Bird sect, Xianyuan Luan of the 10,000 Spirits Immortal sect, Kuei of the Mythological Beast sect, Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva of the Buddhist kingdom, Windwalker of the Hall of Creation, Emperor Bo Luin of the Stone tribe, Holy Angel Michael of the Garden of Eden, and Patriarch Shintang of the Spring Divine. Tree Realm. The 12 Tao integration stage super mighty figures were undoubtedly the most dazzling beings present. The one who received the most attention after the 12 Tao integration stage super mighty figures was not a return to void stage mighty figure. Instead, it was a soul formation stage cultivator. That's right, he was none other than our little war god Enlin. Enlin had been in too much headlines recently, and all of the representatives who had never seen him in person turned toward Enlin to appraise this legendary prodigy with curiosity in their eyes. To be honest, Enlin was quite nervous being stared at by so many mighty figures. He was so nervous that his white robe fluttered in the absence of any wind, making him appear even more graceful and graceful. Look, Xiaolan, I'm quite popular. So many representatives are looking at me, and Lin said with a hint of elation in his voice. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes. Don't be so smug. It's not a good thing to be too famous. And Lin was perplexed. What do you mean? Su Xiaolan analyzed with a serious expression. Everyone knows that you're bad *SS, and they know what you look like. No matter how bad *SS you do in the future, they'll think it's only natural. In other words, you won't even be able to flex in the future. And Lin was astonished. He didn't think that Su Xiaolan would be so well-versed in this. Not long after that, the gates of the heavenly palace slowly closed. The 5 emperors of the celestial court stood up and divine light bathed their bodies, making them appear even more holy and transcendent. The celestial arch, Emperor Ziwei, Emperor Changsheng, Emperor Qinghua, and Emperor Tianhuang all chanted a secret text to the heavens at the same time. This was an extremely solemn moment. Not a single living being dared to cause any ruckus at this moment. For some reason, they felt as if doing something out of line would be a violation of the laws of the heavens. And Lin was also listening silently, but he couldn't understand a single word. However, the sound of their chanting was extremely soothing. After listening for a while in bewilderment, a sentence that he could understand finally popped out. I hereby announce the official commencement of the Heavenly Peach Banquet of the Celestial Court. Chapter 1278. This was probably the most unique speech that Lin had ever heard. Everyone was completely dumbstruck as they listened to something that they couldn't understand. Then he suddenly announced that the Heavenly Peach Banquet had commenced. Beautiful music instantly enshrouded the entire palace. The celestial maidens of the celestial court began to play a beautiful tune, and the 7 celestial maidens immediately changed their outfits and danced in a delightful manner. Dubai clapped his paws and cheered loudly. He was so entranced by the beautiful music and dance that he forgot to eat the heavenly peaches. And Lin was also looking at the dancing celestial maidens with a wide smile on his face. He had seen the 7 celestial maidens bicker, had seen them fight over delicious food, and had seen them devour their food, but this was the first time he had seen them dance in such a serious manner. It had to be said, they really were quite beautiful to dance with. Even though there were 7 of them dancing at the same time, they were dancing in perfect harmony, as if they had come out of a painting. The tassels spun, the stars swayed, and the vines swayed. Many living beings were intoxicated by the dance of the 7 celestial maidens, and they wanted to dance with them. Of course, there were also some foodies who had begun to dig into the heavenly peaches. A series of cries of contentment erupted. Delicious! My God, it's so delicious! Who would have thought that such delicious spirit fruits could exist in this world? Wow, it's so delicious! Many of the living beings couldn't stop after taking a bite of the heavenly peaches. And Lin turned to look at Holy Lord Noodle with a curious expression. The Holy Lord was sitting right across from him, and it had also begun to dig into the heavenly peaches. It extended its noodle toward the heavenly peaches before placing them into its noodle soup. Its body then shuddered, and the heavenly peaches began to disappear bit by bit from the bottom. A series of contented cries sounded. Oh, delicious! Oh, so comfortable. And Lin, it was truly a strange scene. And Lin silently picked up a peach of immortality. It was pink and tender, emitting a soft spiritual glow. At first glance, one would want to eat it. Like a shy little girl, she lowered her head and blushed, trying to seduce him. She kept saying, "Come and eat me. Come and eat me. If you keep looking, you'll eat me." He couldn't help but take a deep breath, and the faint fruity fragrance from the peach assailed his nostrils, making him feel refreshed. Needless to say, all of this aroused his appetite. I'm starting. And Lin couldn't help but take a bite. The immortal peach was very crispy. When he bit into it, the fresh juice with spiritual charm instantly soaked his tongue. It was cool, sweet, and sour, exquisite and refreshing, as if a lover was caressing his mouth. And Lin's body trembled as he chewed madly. The delicious taste spread throughout his body, making him feel like an immortal, like he was ascending to the heavens. Ah, this feels great! And Lin let loose a loud cry of praise before chewing on the heavenly peach in front of him like a madman. The delicious juice flowed through his entire body, through his esophagus, and he felt as if he had been elevated to a higher level. Every part of his body was nourished by the juice, and his blood energy also became extremely abundant. And Lin felt like if a mortal were to take a single bite, their lifespan would be extended by 100 years. Delicious! This was truly delicious. Furthermore, it was extremely beneficial to one's body. All of the 4-9 Immortal sect members also began to eat, and all of them exclaimed in amazement. They were clearly also enjoying the heavenly peaches. Tina was the happiest among them all. She was quite small, and the heavenly peaches in front of her were even larger than her. How could she not be ecstatic to be able to eat 3 heavenly peaches of this size? Dabai had also transformed into Mini Bai, and he continued to chew on the heavenly peaches like a madman. Even though he was consuming the same amount of energy, he was enjoying the heavenly peaches even more. Was there anything more enjoyable in this world than eating heavenly peaches while listening to the heavenly music and enjoying the beautiful dance of the 7 celestial maidens? Yi Ling was also munching on her heavenly peach. This fruit seemed to be a lot more delicious than the spirit fruits that Lin had fed her in the past, and she was enjoying herself immensely. She hesitated momentarily upon seeing that Lin had quickly finished all 3 heavenly peaches, and she extended a delicate hand before handing one of the heavenly peaches to Lin. "Master, little Ling can't eat this much." And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this, and he turned to look at the heavenly peach in Yi Ling's hand. He then turned to look at the heavenly peach in Yi Ling's hand, and a smile appeared on his face. Kong Rong was giving him peaches, and now Yi Ling was giving him peaches. Furthermore, she was giving him peaches, and it was an extremely delicious heavenly peach that grew in the celestial court. How could Lin not be touched? He then turned to look at his 2 disciples, Xiao Zhe and Xiao Tu, who were eating like pigs, and he was even more touched. And Lin rubbed Yi Ling's head with a warm smile. "Little Ling, I'm already full, so you should eat now." Oh, Yi Ling didn't doubt his words, and she continued to eat with relish. Not long after that, crack boom, vital energy suddenly began to surge around them. All of the mighty figures who were enjoying the heavenly peaches were given a fright before turning toward a certain direction. That was where the vital energy was surging, and it was frantically absorbing the surrounding vital energy, like a vortex. Master, I think I've made a breakthrough." Yi Ling chewed on her heavenly peach as she spoke. And Lin, everyone, as expected of his disciple to make a breakthrough while eating heavenly peaches. This method of making a breakthrough is even more bad *SS than him doing push-ups. And Lin was extremely elated. All of the 4-9 Immortal sect cultivators were speechless. Where the F***CK did this freak come from? She had reached the 4th stage Tao body from eating heavenly peaches at the age of 7. Who's that little girl? Her aptitude is quite good. She's also quite beautiful. I can imagine that she's going to become a beautiful celestial maiden in a dozen or so years. She seems to be sect leader and Lin's disciple. Is her name Yi Ling or something? All of the mighty figures discussed spiritedly among themselves. Yi Ling had become the center of attention at this moment. No matter how arrogant she was, she couldn't help but blush from being scrutinized by so many people, and her face was even more flushed than the heavenly peaches as she silently hung her head. Yi Ling had set a new record for being the youngest person to be scrutinized by so many mighty figures at once. One had to realize that there were over a dozen Tao integration stage super mighty figures and several hundred return to void stage mighty figures present. This was the pinnacle of Yi Ling's life. However, this was only a minor interlude in the heavenly peach banquet. All of the mighty figures soon turned their attention to the music, dance, and heavenly peaches. After the 7 celestial maidens finished their dance, the god of lightning and goddess of lightning also took the stage to perform their lightning dance. The music instantly kicked into high gear. Countless bolts of lightning flashed as lightning snakes surged through the air. The god of lightning and goddess of lightning began to dance rhythmically to the music, performing a few difficult movements from time to time. Cries of surprise erupted from the spectators as the atmosphere reached a new high. The celestial arch stood up with a buoyant smile. The first event of the Heavenly Peach Banquet has concluded. Now, let's begin the second event of the Heavenly Peach Banquet, the battle for the Heavenly Peaches. Chapter 1279. Heavenly Peaches? All of the mighty figures who were still not satisfied with the food instantly turned their attention to the celestial Darch. There was an indescribable sense of yearning in his eyes, as if to say, "I'm going to get the Heavenly Peaches." And Lin turned toward Lin Junjun, who was standing nearby, and grumbled internally, "Geez, why didn't you tell me in advance that there was going to be a Heavenly Peach event? I cooked so many delicious dishes for her for nothing." A faint smile appeared on the celestial Thearchus' face as he flipped a hand over, upon which a massive black cube appeared before him. The cube was as tall as a grown man, and it was completely inky black with a glossy surface. Bursts of profound energy, fluctuations emanated from it, making everyone feel as if they were facing a massive primordial beast. And Lin felt like this cube was at least a pinnacle immortal tool. The celestial Darch stroked the black cube. "This is the divine tool of our celestial court, the Tao Observation Universal Sky. It is an extremely rare, spatial Tao Observation divine tool." Cries of surprise erupted from all of the spectators upon hearing this. Divine tools were extremely valuable, and this black cube was a divine tool that was related to spatial Tao observation. This meant that cultivating within the divine tool would be able to deepen one's observation of Tao. Just this characteristic alone was enough to elevate the value of this divine tool to a whole new level. The celestial Darch continued, "Our second event is the battle for the Heavenly Peaches. Where are the Heavenly Peaches? The Heavenly Peaches are within the celestial court's divine tool, the Tao Observation Universal Sky." Everyone immediately speculated that they were going to enter the divine tool to fight for the Heavenly Peaches. That's right, you can enter the divine tool to fight for the Heavenly Peaches. There are a total of 9 Heavenly Peach trees, and they are randomly located in all corners of the divine tool. The Heavenly Peaches will belong to whoever manages to get their hands on one of them. All of the Tao integration stage super mighty figures' eyes instantly lit up as soon as the celestial Thearchus' voice fell. "Sorry, but everyone here is a piece of trash. I'm going to take all of the Heavenly Peach trees who could defeat a Tao integration stage super mighty figure in a fight. All of the spirit nurturing stage and soul formation stage cultivators instantly became dejected. There were a bunch of Tao integration stage super mighty figures and a bunch of return to void stage super mighty figures. Ha ha ha. Don't be too happy or sad too early. I haven't finished explaining the rules of the event yet." The celestial Darch chortled with glee. Everyone was startled when they heard this. After entering the Tao observation universe, your strength will be suppressed to the level of a 10th stage Tao body by the rules of the divine tool. However, a Tao integration stage super mighty figure can use the power of the divine Tao to resist the nomological powers of a divine tool. This is unfair. Hence, if the power of the divine Tao appears, I will immediately revoke that mighty figure's right to participate in this event. After that, everyone's power level will be maintained at the level of a 10th stage Tao body, and everyone will compete fairly for the Heavenly Peaches inside. Hearing the celestial Thearchus' words, most of the cultivators became excited. This was what a fair match should be like. "That's not fair at all." Yi Ling pouted her little lips. This was a helpless protest from the youngest and weakest participant of the Heavenly Peach Banquet. Her cultivation base was only at the 4th stage Tao body, so she didn't need to suppress it anymore. And Lin was quite amused by Yi Ling's aggrieved expression, and he couldn't help but pinch Yi Ling's cheek. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Master." Yi Ling put on a pitiable expression and put on an unhappy expression, making one want to comfort her. And Lin pulled out a spirit fruit from his storage ring and stuffed it into Yi Ling's mouth. "Be a good girl and eat more fruits. That way, you'll grow taller and taller." Yi Ling. Comforting her was too troublesome, so when Lin decided to take the offensive, the battle for the Heavenly Peaches was about to commence, and everyone was already itching for a go. The celestial arch continued. There are a total of 100 large powers participating in the heavenly peach banquet in the celestial court. The largest power has 30 people, while the smallest power has 8 people. Hence, each power can only send 8 members to participate in this event. You can choose your members now. Choose 8 participants. Everyone's expression shifted upon hearing this. This policy was meant to be fair to the sex with the least number of members, but there were still some areas where it was unfair. For example, the Tao integration stage super mighty figures were still very happy. Kuei grinned. So what if I restrict my power to the Tao body stage? Back in the day, I was able to stab a spirit nurturing stage demonic monkey to death when I was only at the Tao body stage. The wind walker from the Hall of Creation looked both real and illusory like wind and jade. His voice was ethereal and distant. Tao body? That's not really weak, so it's meaningless. Patriarch Shin tongue chortled with glee. So what if I restrict my power? I can take on 100 of you. All of the Tao integration stage super mighty figures were brimming with confidence, even though their cultivation bases had been restricted. Their usage of battle techniques, battle experience, and all types of extremely insane observations were more than enough for Tao integration stage super mighty figures to reign supreme. This was the confidence of Tao integration stage super mighty figures. There was no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. The celestial arch was only doing this to make this event more interesting. One more thing to keep in mind is that any living being that enters the divine tool will immediately be teleported out of the divine tool upon receiving 20% of their injuries, upon which they will lose the right to participate in the competition. All right, all of you, please select your competitors and gather around the divine tool. The celestial arch laid a hand onto the black cube, and a powerful spatial power began to proliferate forth. And Lin turned to the members around him. Who wants to go? There are only 8 spots left, so hurry up. Xiao Hong shook her head with a resigned expression. I'm not going. Master, please bring me a few more heavenly peaches. There are many heavenly peaches on a single heavenly peach tree. Little Gu recoiled slightly. If I only had the power of the Tao body stage left, I probably wouldn't even be able to become a butterfly. A bug would only get stomped on. Little Na raised her hands high into the air. I'll go. I'll go. Dabai was also very excited. I'll go too, woof. I'm at a critical juncture in my Tao of defense, so I don't want to become weaker. Xiaoze said with a disappointed expression. I'm at a critical juncture in my breakthrough, so I don't want to get hammered. Xiao, Tu also didn't want to go. Su Xiaolan smiled. I'll go. Lu Qianhuan, Su Qianyun, and Shen Yuancheng also decided to go. There's only 1 spot left. Hurry up. And Lin said to the 4-9 immortal sect members, I want to go. Yi Ling replied with a dainty smile, and Lin shoved a spirit fruit into Yi Ling's mouth. Eat your fruit. Don't meddle in the affairs of the adults. Xiao Cho thought for a moment before raising his hand. I'll go. All right, there are 8 of us now. Let's go and fight for the heavenly peaches. And Lin announced with a heroic expression. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, Dabai, Little Na, Xiao Cho, Lu Qianhuan, Shen Yuancheng, and Su Qianyun made their way over to the black cube. All of the mighty figures also gathered in front of the black cube. All of them were either extremely dazzling prodigies or renowned mighty figures on the Tai Chu continent. None of them were weaklings. The 100 sect war had officially commenced. Chapter 1280. The celestial arch delivered another slap to the black cube. Tao observation heaven and earth, activate. Boom! An extremely powerful spatial ripple swept forth, and Lin was struck by a rush of dizziness. In the next instant, he found himself in an extremely unfamiliar environment. An extremely beautiful mountain appeared before his eyes. There were flowers, birds, insects, and fish, as well as green mountains and white clouds. As expected, the team has been split up again. And Lin heaved a faint sigh. Almost all spatial teleportations would separate everyone to different places. Should I find the heavenly peach tree first, or gather everyone else first? And Lin fell into deep thought. Forget it, just wait and see, and Lin decided to go with the random search method. Theoretically speaking, there was strength in numbers. However, if someone else found the heavenly peach tree first, and he gathered everyone else, all of the heavenly peaches would be taken by them. So what the F***CK would be the point? He moved around to find that his power had been severely restricted. 10th stage, Dao body. It had been a long time since Lin had experienced the feeling of weakness. He was unable to maintain his body of the war god, and his divine flame was only about the size of a palm. It was extremely scorching hot, and even the air around it was warping, but it was too little to maintain his fire god mode. What a tragedy! And Lin was feeling quite dejected for himself. He wandered aimlessly on the plain, looking around to see if there were any immortal peach trees. Boom! All of a sudden, a golden light erupted into the heavens from a nearby mountain. This is such a solemn and compassionate light, and Lin's eyes widened with astonishment. It was quite clear that this was a man-made light. What was he trying to achieve by doing this? If his location was exposed, wouldn't it attract other enemies? And Lin's expression shifted drastically. That's right, this is a special signal to gather everyone. He's even willing to expose his location in order to gather everyone. He felt like he was being extremely courageous. Seeing as that was the case, he didn't mind teaching him the consequences of his boldness. And Lin began to run towards the mountain where the golden light shot up into the sky. The other party wasn't at the top of the mountain, but at the waist of the mountain. It seemed like he wanted to leave a way for him to escape. And Lin laughed coldly. Do you think you can escape from the little god of war of the celestial court? In the sky vault hall, in the space above the Tao Comprehension universe, a huge screen suddenly appeared, then split into 800 different small screens. Each image corresponded to a contestant. The celestial Darch said with a benevolent expression, there are over 2,000 living beings who aren't participating in the competition, so don't worry about being bored. Let's eat some sunflower seeds and fruits, and then enjoy the competition for the heavenly peaches. Isn't that fun? All the creatures cheered in satisfaction. There was going to be a good show to watch. At the very least, he wouldn't be idle while waiting for the results. Our sect master, the divine beast Kueox, is really powerful. He had just entered that world, and he had already killed a competitor beside him with a single kick. It's a blessing to be able to see the beautiful angel sister fight. I love you, Shirley. Look, and Lin's sect master is taking the initiative. My God, he's actually going to the place with the golden light. And Lin nimbly leaped along the rocky and rugged path. Even though he had been restricted in all aspects, his body was still extremely powerful and far superior to the average cultivator of the 10th stage Tao body. He was 800 meters away from the location where the pillar of light had erupted, and Lin's eyes gradually calmed down, and his nerves also began to tense up as he prepared to strike at any moment. Boom! There was a sudden explosion. A blood-curdling cry erupted. A black figure drew an arc in the air like a parabola. Thump! He crashed not far away from Lin, and his entire body was charred black with smoke rising from it. The protective golden light around his body released bursts of powerful light. This was the light bestowed upon him by the divine tool. His injuries were quite severe, and Lin couldn't tell who this man was anymore. Whoosh! A spatial fluctuation traveled over, and the man disappeared. He had been teleported away, and Lin raised his head again, only to discover that 5 benevolent-looking monks had their palms together and were smiling benevolently at him. Amit Ba, so it's sect leader Lin? Mr. Lin, come and play with us. The 5 monks looked at Lin with benevolent expressions and spoke in gentle tones. Between them, a golden pillar of light soared into the sky. That pillar of light wasn't as simple as summoning teammates. It was King pulling monsters over to torture them. Haha, sorry for the disturbance, masters. I won't be coming over. Farewell. And Lin laughed heartily, turned around, and broke into a run. Benefactor, don't go. Bah, eat my staff. The 5 monks roared and broke into a run, killing intent surging from their bodies. Holy CK, you bald donkeys are too shameless. How dare you chase after me? Are you trying to gang up on me? And Lin yelled angrily as he fled. He wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could take on all 5 of them at once. After all, those monks had also fallen from the return to void stage, so they still had their foundation and combat instincts, so they weren't much inferior to him. The heavenly peaches weren't there anyway, so there was no need to fight them on sight. Oi, why are you still chasing after me? Can't you just attract the other idiots over? And Lin was about to have a mental breakdown. They had already chased him for over a kilometer. Our Buddhist kingdom of the West cultivates the Buddhist heart. Once we set our mind on something, we must complete it. One of the monks said with a solemn expression. This is the persistence of silent meditation. This is the persistence of a sadhu, another monk continued. This is the spirit of seeking scriptures from the Western paradise, a younger monk exclaimed with a scorching light in his eyes. The oldest monk had his eyes tightly shut, and his palms were pressed together, but his legs seemed to be flying through the air. Amitabha, Benefactor, and Lin, just submit. And Lin felt like a herd of mythological beasts were stamping over his heart. Submit my A*S. These people are all King retarded. Why did she have to hold on to him and not let him go? She could even talk a lot of spiritual beliefs. Why was she so arrogant? And Lin ran all the way away from the mountain. But the monks were still hot on his heels in another place. CK, you Hongdo. I haven't even called on you yet. What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Look at the situation now. Both of us are going to be screwed. A spinning top roared at a rock beside it. Hongdo recoiled in fear. It's not like we can't beat them. Then go King fight them. The spinning top roared with rage. Behind them, a 2-headed dragon over 100 feet in size roared as it pounced toward them, unleashing scorching waves of flames from its mouth. Hongdo. A black figure suddenly appeared nearby. Hongdo focused his gaze to discover that it was a familiar face, and he instantly became excited as he waved his hands through the air. Mr. and Lin, what a coincidence. Come and save me. And Lin, CKU. Chapter 1281. Upon seeing Hongdo and the twin-headed flying dragon behind him, and Lin immediately turned around and ran in another direction. Hongdo immediately panicked upon seeing that Lin was ignoring him. Mr. and Lin, don't abandon me. I know where the heavenly peach tree is. This twin-headed dragon is the guardian of the heavenly peach tree. Boom! The spinning top immediately flared up with rage after sending Hongdo flying with a kick. CK, your mother. How dare you tell someone else something like that? Hongdo spoke with an aggrieved expression, but if I don't ask for help like this, we'll both be killed by the dragon. Our lives are the most important thing right now. Sure enough, and Lin's footsteps faltered before he turned around. Mr. Hongdo, don't panic, I'm here to save you. A powerful aura erupted from his body as he ran over. Look, Mr. Lin is here. He's a powerful ally, so there's hope for us. Hongdo grinned from ear to ear. The spinning top's lips twitched as it looked at the approaching Lin. Look, what's behind him? Huh, what is it? Hongdo's body shuddered upon seeing this. Holy CK. 5 monks. This. What the CK? Run. The spinning top immediately fled. Hongdo hurriedly followed along with tears on his face. He had thought that being chased by a twin-headed dragon was scary enough, But who'd have thought that Lin would be chased by 5 monks? And Lin, don't come any closer. Hongdo yelled after discovering that Lin was still following him. Mr. Hongdo, didn't you want me to save you? How am I supposed to save you? And Lin was perplexed. Hongdo's chest constricted upon hearing this. I don't need you to save me. No, you do. And Lin replied with a firm expression. Hongdo, don't think I don't know that you're here for the heavenly peach tree. Are you regretting your decision, Hongdo? Because of you, we originally had a 20% chance of escaping, but now we don't even have a 10% chance. The spinning top complained with extreme dissatisfaction. Hongdo was also extremely remorseful. How did things end up like this? There's one last way. Let's split up. That way, at least one of us can survive, the spinning top said. Split up? That's a good idea. Hongdo's eyes lit up with excitement. I'll run this way. You run that way. After saying that, the spinning top ran in the other direction. Just like that, the two of them split up and fled. At the same time, the spinning top snickered inwardly. As long as they split up, the two-headed dragon would undoubtedly choose to chase after Hongdo. This was because Hongdo was the first person to attack the two-headed flying dragon. Who else would they chase if not it? It's better for me to die than for a fellow Taoist. Hongdo, I'll continue to work hard with you. Ha ha ha. The spinning top was very happy. Then it realized that there was a two-headed flying dragon chasing after it. Spinning top, why? Why are you chasing me? The spinning top roared with grief and indignation. The two-headed flying dragon didn't say anything. However, its two eyes shone with scorching excitement. It was like a dog staring at a frisbee or a cat staring at an infrared. The spinning top was especially tempting to it. It really wanted it. The spinning top seemed to have understood something, and it was on the verge of a mental breakdown. This was truly fate messing with it. On the other side, Hongdo was extremely touched as he looked toward the spinning top. Brother, I'll definitely work hard with you. The spinning top said that at least one of them could survive if they split up, and it was right. Hongdo finally escaped from the vicious dragon's pursuit. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Brother Hongdo, wait for me. Hongdo turned around and instantly broke down. Who the F***CK is your brother? F***CK off. F***CK off. Can't you see that I don't need your help anymore? This person was none other than Lin. Behind him were 5 monks with benevolent smiles on their faces. All of them exuded extremely powerful energy fluctuations as they chased after Hongdo. No, you do. And Lin replied firmly. Hongdo, it looked like he was wrong about at least one of them surviving. At the very least, Hongdo felt like it was over for him to be chased by 5 powerful monks. Hongdo cursed himself. Why did he have to provoke an unreasonable mighty figure like Lin? I beg of you, don't drag me down with you. Let me go, Hongdo pleaded. Brother Hongdo, how about we team up and kill the 5 monks behind us? And Lin suggested, I won't say anything about others, but you should know how powerful I am. Hongdo's fleeing figure faltered slightly. I'm only at the soul formation stage, but I can already beat up return to void stage mighty figures. What do you think my power is at the 10th stage Tao body? And Lin asked. Hongdo abruptly stopped in his tracks as a boundless fighting spirit ignited in his chest. F***CK it. Mr. Lin, I'll team up with you. And Lin was elated. I'm glad you're willing to make this choice. Let's attack together. The golden lotus on his forehead flashed as he spoke, and his aura became even more terrifying. Hongdo was not to be outdone. Crimson flames engulfed his entire body as he pounced toward the 5 monks behind him. Red lotus explosion. The flames around Hongdo's body expanded, like a red lotus before exploding. Boom! The air warped and the earth crumbled. Just the shockwave of its explosion alone had spread to a radius of 100 meters. It was extremely powerful. The 5 monks were not to be trifled with. Golden light appeared around their bodies at the same time, and they instantly blocked Hong Do's flames. They were completely unscathed as they retreated. Hong Do was given a fright. These monks were even more powerful than he had imagined. Dragon binding rope. Finger divine ability. Golden Buddha seal. 3 of the monks attacked Hong Do at the same time, while the other 2 were on guard against Enlin. Golden vital energy chains tore through the air, and Hong Do quickly evaded them. However, his chest was punctured by the sharp light from the finger divine ability, and blood and lava gushed forth. Hong Do let loose a wail of anguish. A huge golden palm fell from the sky at this moment, pinning him firmly to the ground. Boom! The earth cracked open, and dust and debris billowed through the air. It was also at this moment that the dust and debris began to swirl. The oldest monk's expression shifted drastically. Be careful! At this moment, another wail of anguish erupted. A monk had his chest punctured by an inky black sword with streams of white wind revolving around it. Too late. That's the first one, and Lin spoke in an indifferent voice. A golden protective light suddenly erupted from the monk's body, and he was summoned back by the divine tool. He had clearly been disqualified, and Lin pulled out his sword, and his body disappeared on the spot again. He didn't expect Hong Do to be able to defeat any of the monks. He only sent Hong Do to attack because he wanted Hong Do to draw the attention of the monks so that he could find an opportunity to attack. Boom! Spell techniques clashed, and another monk was eliminated with a wail of anguish. The second one, a ghostly voice sounded. The other 3 monks didn't dare to underestimate their opponent, and they immediately turned their attention to Enlin. Dragon binding rope. A series of golden chains shot forth, and Lin quickly evaded the chains binding him. His movement techniques were extremely agile. He had used the wind sword twice in a row, and his vital energy was almost depleted. He didn't dare to continue using this technique. He was only at the 10th stage Tao body now, so he couldn't use much vital energy. The 6 strikes of the war god was simply too much for him. Golden Wind Buddha seal. 1,000 collapsing fist. The attacks of the 3 monks began to relentlessly rain down, and Lin was suddenly surrounded by perils, and he almost couldn't find an opportunity to attack. Chapter 1282. And Lin used his mountain-quaking fist to take on the old monk's 1,000 collapsing fist. Golden energy exploded, sending both sides stumbling back in retreat. The old monk began to recover, but Enlin was still being pursued by the remaining 2 monks. It was quite clear that if things continued like this, Enlin would definitely be the first to fall. If it weren't for the fact that I can't use talismans, pills, or puppets in this divine tool space, why would I be afraid of you? And Lin gritted his teeth as he looked around at his surroundings before running toward the small lake nearby. Don't even think about running. Benefactor, don't run. The monks gave chase without any hesitation. Everyone imbued vital energy beneath their feet as they sprinted over the lake. However, Enlin suddenly turned around at this moment and spread open his arms slightly toward the 3 monks chasing after him. A black halo of light appeared at the bottom of the lake, and an extremely powerful gravitational force swept toward them. Abyssal gravity. Boom, boom, boom. Water splashed everywhere. The 3 monks were caught off guard and were all dragged into the water. You want to use gravity to hold us back. Break through. The monks were just about to struggle free from their restraints. At this moment, ice had already formed beneath Enlin's feet, and the surface of the lake began to churn violently with the 3 monks at the center. The power of extreme frost transformed the churning water into countless blades of ice. That's right, Enlin had come here as he could unleash his Een-type cultivation methods, derivative technique, extreme frost vortex, to perfection at the bottom of the water. There was no end to the blades of ice. The monks finally couldn't hold on any longer, and a series of anguished wails erupted. A golden light flashed, and the 3 monks were teleported out of the lake, and Lin's body swayed slightly as he panted heavily. Seeking scriptures from the Western Paradise? Tui, I'll send you to the Western Paradise right now. He chuckled coldly before making his way out of the lake with the attitude of a victor. He had achieved 5 kills. Within the heavenly palace, all the 4-9 immortal sect members erupted into raucous cheers. As expected of sect leader and Lin. That's awesome. Master's plan of diverting the trouble to the east and inviting the enemy to walk into the trap. It's a brilliant counterattack. Master really is the best. Not only were the 4-9 immortal sect cultivators drawn to this battle, but even the cultivators from all of the other powers were also paying attention to this battle, and they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Clearly, Enlin's 1 versus 5 battle was very admirable. However, the monks of the Western Paradise shook their heads in disappointment. Now that 5 experts had been eliminated, their chances of finding the peach tree of immortality had dropped significantly. And Lin walked forward until he reached a crater in the shape of a giant palm print. A stone man was lying in the pit, climbing up with great difficulty. Hong Do's skin was extremely thick and coarse. Even after taking a few of the monks' attacks, the golden protective barrier around Hong Do's body remained intact. This was quite surprising, and Lin knew. Hong Do was just about to lash out in rage. You did very well, Hong Do. I also managed to defeat all 5 enemies. Our teamwork was superb. And Lin offered words of praise as he pulled Hong Do out of the crater with a warm smile on his face. Hong Do choked on his words. Superb teamwork. He looked at Lin and listened to his words, and for some reason, all of the anger he had felt from being used had completely disappeared. Yes, well done. Hong Do nodded in agreement, and Lin patted Hong Do's shoulder. Let's go, brother Hong Do. Hong Do suddenly came to his senses. All right, let's go find the heavenly peach tree. Don't let someone else get to it before us. The 2 of them began to run toward a hilly area. The power of the 2nd stage evergreen technique was finally on full display. As he inhaled and exhaled, the surrounding life force energy was able to nourish his body and quickly replenish his depleted vital energy. It's up ahead. There's a heavenly peach tree in that forest. Hong Do pointed ahead, and Lin was a little excited, but at the same time he was also very cautious. A white light flashed through his eyes, and he discovered that something was amiss. There's a spell formation up ahead and an ambush nearby, and Lin spoke with a solemn expression. Hong Do's heart jolted with shock, and he immediately surveyed his surroundings nervously, but he didn't discover anything amiss. There really is an ambush? How come I don't see anything? Hong Do asked. You can't even detect the spell formation set up by the enemy, so of course you wouldn't know. And Lin smiled and said, however, the spell formation is very ordinary. It might have been set up by a soul formation stage living being. A faint blush appeared on Hong Do's face. At this moment, the sound of energy clashing erupted from nearby. There's a battle up ahead, and Lin's expression shifted. It's coming from the direction of the heavenly peach tree, Hong Do replied with excitement. Upon hearing this, Lin immediately charged toward that location. Hey, didn't you say there was a spell formation lying in ambush? Hong Do cautioned in an urgent voice. However, his voice had only just fallen when Lin flicked a finger into the air, upon which the spell formation instantly crumbled like a fragile bubble. Hong Do drew a sharp intake of breath before hurriedly following along. Boom, 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 waves of flames erupted from the forest, incinerating all of the surrounding vegetation. A series of deafening dragon roars erupted, as well as a series of blood-curdling cries. And Lin's interest was immediately piqued upon seeing this. Isn't that the double-headed dragon from before? It's back already after eating the spinning top? My spinning top brother. Hongdo's expression was filled with sorrow and sorrow. There are two other groups. One of them is from the Great Tang imperial family of the Baihua state. 2 of their 5 have already perished, so there are 3 left. The other group is from the Flaming River imperial family of the Heavenly River state, and they also only have 3 left. It looks like the 2 imperial family groups aren't allied. And Lin looked on with interest. The spell formation had most likely been set up by those 2 imperial family members. They were fighting over the heavenly peach tree, but the double-headed dragon had returned, thereby plunging them into a chaotic battle. Mr. and Lin, this is a great opportunity for us to spectate from the sidelines and reap the benefits of the battle. Oh ho ho! Hongdo was very excited, and he had a sly smile on his face. Reap the benefits, my A****s. Can't you see that they're about to reach the heavenly peach tree? If we delay any longer, the heavenly peaches are going to be gone. We have to fight for the heavenly peaches now. And Lin slapped Hongdo's head with a disgruntled expression. He really didn't know if this rock golem had a brain in his head. Hongdo scratched his head with a gloomy expression. He wanted to retort, but he didn't know what to say. Within the chaotic battle between the 3 parties, there was a large tree beside a small mountain, upon which there were many tender and juicy heavenly peaches. Spiritual light shimmered around the fruits, making them appear even more alluring and precious. Ha ha ha! The heavenly peach tree belongs to the Great Tang imperial family now. A handsome man in a lavish robe rushed toward the heavenly peach tree with his other 2 companions, opening a path for him with all their might. Be careful! Prince Yen Luo, there are other enemies approaching! A female general yelled. The lavishly robed man didn't turn around upon hearing this. Instead, he accelerated toward the heavenly peach tree. It had to be said that this was the correct decision. However, his opponent was far faster than him, and Yen Luo was struck by an excruciating pain from his chest. Immediately afterward, a black sword pierced through his body. Rip. Chapter 1283. Yen Luo couldn't help but throw up a mouthful of blood. He turned around with great difficulty, only to discover a man in a flowing white robe smiling at him. If you had chosen to run away, you could have continued to participate in the event. And Lin smiled. A wry smile appeared on Yen Luo's face. If I knew it was you, I would have chosen to run away. A golden protective light appeared around his body. And Lin ignored Yen Luo and charged toward the heavenly peach tree. Roar! The double-headed dragon roared from behind him. Immediately afterward, a scorching aura erupted from behind him, threatening to melt his body. The double-headed dragon, guarding the heavenly peach tree, had attacked him. What the hell is Hongdo doing? Didn't I tell him to hold off the double-headed dragon? And Lin grumbled in his heart. There was a long ravine in the forest nearby. At the end of the ravine was a stone golem that was panting heavily. It was lying on a pile of charred black rubble and sighing with emotion. Mr. Lin, I did my best. In reality, it had been insta-killed by the double-headed dragon. Scorching dragon flames swept toward him, but Lin was not powerful enough to ignore dragon flames of this caliber, so he immediately unleashed his evading turtle technique. A dazzling green light flashed, and a thin turtle shell appeared on its body. Its vital energy was running low, and even its turtle shell was not as thick and green as before. Thankfully, its defenses were still top-notch. Boom! The dragon flames fell, reducing the forest within a radius of over 100 meters to ashes. However, the turtle shell remained standing, and Lin had blocked the double-headed dragon's attack. At this moment, the other cultivators took advantage of this opportunity to quickly approach the heavenly peach tree. Hurry, and Lin is trapped by the double-headed dragon. This is our last chance. Chun Fong, Mo Bayu, you two hold off the Great Tang imperial family cultivators. A gorgeous woman in a red robe let loose a loud cry before stomping her foot into the ground. A burst of flames erupted beneath her feet, and an enormous force propelled her through the air toward the heavenly peach tree. She was so fast that the other cultivators were unable to hold her back. She passed by Enlin and became the person closest to the immortality peach tree. He, eat dirt for me, Yenmeng. The peach tree of immortality is mine. The red-robed woman laughed sweetly. She was determined to get the peach tree of immortality. Then she suddenly felt a strong sense of diarrhea and a river of sadness. Pooh! Wah! The back of Yenmeng's head exploded as tears gushed out of her eyes. She actually rolled down from the sky and onto the ground. Hee, you dare snatch my peach of immortality? Dream on. A white figure flew past Yenmeng and arrived in front of the immortality peach tree in an instant. Enlin, I hate you. What did I do to me? Yenmeng's tears fell like rain as she clutched her lower abdomen under her red robes and spoke with a face full of shame and indignation. Enlin ignored her and grabbed onto the trunk of the heavenly peach tree with his bare hands. He let loose an almighty roar as his muscles bulged. An enormous power poured forth to uproot the heavenly peach tree before stowing it away into his storage ring. Yenmeng was dumbstruck as she glared at Enlin. You can do that. She had thought that Enlin would pluck the heavenly peaches one by one. That way, they would have a chance to steal a few. However, she didn't think that Enlin would pluck all the heavenly peaches from the tree without any hesitation. Was this something a human could do? For some reason, she suddenly recalled the horror she felt when Enlin had used some special method to refine a few ancient artifacts in the Baihua State Treasure Pavilion. Perhaps Enlin wasn't someone who could be judged by logic. Run. Let's get out of here. Yenmeng suddenly yelled. As long as there was life, there was hope. Only one of the 9 immortal peach trees had been taken. As long as they conserved their strength, there would still be hope. The other 2 members of the Flaming River Imperial family looked at each other before fleeing into the distance. The twin-headed flying dragon roared before pouncing toward Enlin. Enlin had taken the heavenly peach tree, so he was now the twin-headed flying dragon's sworn enemy. The great Tang Imperial family members hesitated momentarily before choosing to hide behind the twin-headed flying dragon. They were clearly waiting for an opportunity to strike. Enlin was powerful, but the twin-headed flying dragon wasn't weak either. In a place filled with 10th-stage Dao body cultivators, the twin-headed flying dragon was a spirit-nurturing intermediate-stage cultivator. In a battle between the 2 of them, both of them would be severely wounded. The courageous would be stuffed to death, while the cowardly would be starved to death. They chose to land the killing blow when Enlin was wounded and forcefully take the heavenly peach tree from Enlin's storage ring. The battle between Enlin and the twin-headed flying dragon soon erupted. The twin-headed flying dragon had wings and was even faster than Enlin. Hence, if Enlin chose to run away, he would most likely be exhausted to death by the flying dragon. Hence, he chose not to run. Instead, he pounced toward the twin-headed flying dragon. He had already taken the heavenly peach tree, so he had nothing to fear now. This was the perfect time to test just how powerful he was. Eat my fist. Enlin activated his Earth Lotus Supreme skill to its fullest extent, and the boundless power of the earth enshrouded his fist as a golden light radiated forth. Before he knew it, another divine flame had appeared on his fist, and his aura soared explosively once again. The twin-headed flying dragon blasted flames toward Enlin again, and the flames were so scorching hot that they could melt even spirit-nurturing stage spirit beasts. Divine flame, mountain, quaking fist. Enlin was unfazed as he unleashed his fist. The golden fist was imbued with divine flame, and it clashed violently with the dragon's breath. Scorching flames exploded in the instant of the collision, and waves of flames swept forth in all directions. Then, under the 2-headed flying dragon's horrified gaze, the divine fire opened the way, and the golden fist tore through its breath and smashed into its chest. Bam! Its chest which was covered in dragon scales, was punctured by the golden fist, and the divine flame flowed along the wound before spreading all over the twin-headed dragon's body. Howl! The twin-headed dragon wailed in anguish and struggled as the divine flame burned its gargantuan body with reckless abandon. Boom! The earth tremored violently. The twin-headed dragon fell to the ground, and its entire body was charred black. It was completely dead. The two great Tang imperial family members hiding behind the twin-headed dragon were dumbstruck. Insta-kill! How could this be? The twin-headed flying dragon was a spirit-nurturing intermediate-stage spirit beast, and they were looking forward to a fierce battle between it and Enlin, only to be insta-killed by a single F asterisk king strike. There was no need for verbal or eye contact. The two cultivators made the same decision, and that was to run. They didn't think that they would be able to defeat the twin-headed dragon, even if they combined their powers. But Enlin had insta-killed the twin-headed dragon with a single punch. Was there even a chance of victory? There was no chance of victory. However, just as the two of them were fleeing in panic, the earth suddenly bulged up before them, forming a huge wall that blocked their path of escape. A rock golem stood on the wall with his arms crossed over his chest, and his figure was tall and majestic. You want to run? Ask your master Hong Do for permission first. Chapter 1284. Hong Do's sudden appearance gave the two great Tang imperial family members a fright. However, they quickly came to their senses and charged toward Hong Do at an even faster speed. Tang 13 swords, mountain cleaving. A man unsheathed his sword. The sword radiance was like a rainbow, resplendent and dazzling. It carried the power to split mountains and seas as it landed on the protruding wall in an extremely tyrannical manner. Rumble! Just like that, the tall wall was destroyed by the man's sword. Hong Do fell from the high wall, and before he had a chance to do anything, another man had already appeared before him and unleashed a palm strike. Hong Do hurriedly threw a punch in response. Their powers collided violently. Hong Do let loose a wail of anguish as he was sent flying by the man. Humph! I'm asking if you agree or not. Who do you think you are? The man who had attacked had a look of disdain as he coldly harumphed and continued to run. But before he could take 2 steps, a terrifying impact came from behind him. The powerful energy almost tore his body apart, as if it was going to shatter his spine. Pooh! The man didn't even have time to react before he threw up a mouthful of blood. His body flew through the air like a cannonball, flying even further than Hong Do. When he landed on the ground, a golden protective barrier had already been activated. Is it worth being so proud to send a piece of meat flying? An extremely indifferent voice sounded. It was none other than Enlin. With Hong Do buying him some time, he was able to easily catch up to the two of them. After attacking, he did not stop and continued to chase after the sword-wielding man. The air around Enlin's body was slightly distorted. Like a Kuan Peng, the surrounding air was not a hindrance. Instead, it was an aid to his movements, allowing him to speed up. The Kuan Peng divine beasts, Kuan Peng travel. A few seconds later, Enlin arrived behind the sword-wielding man. The man knew that he couldn't escape, so he turned around and fought to the death. The sword in his hand created white ripples in the void as it stabbed towards Enlin at lightning speed. Bang! The long sword had stabbed into an extremely hard object, and its momentum was forcibly stopped. The man's pupils shrank. He had stabbed Enlin's palm. Enlin used his palm to block the slash. Even if this person is of the 10th stage Tao body, his defenses are still this terrifying. This was a disparity in strength that made people despair. This time you can't escape. Enlin grinned. He gripped the tip of the sword tightly in his hand and threw a mountain, quaking fist at the man's face. Rumble. Golden light rumbled. The man rolled on the ground, golden light shining. The last member of the great Tang royal family had been eliminated. In the Celestial Hall, the members of the great Tang imperial clan had pained expressions. Murong Tian and Murong Sha, these two idiots. Can't they learn from the Flaming River royalty? Isn't Lin someone they can provoke? They're completely different types of 10th stage Tao body. Sigh. There are only 2 people left from the original 8. There's no hope for the immortality peach tree anymore. The members of the Great Tang imperial family wore pained expressions, while the 4-9 immortal sect was ecstatic. Oh yeah, sect leader in Lin is indeed the best. We managed to obtain a peach tree of immortality so quickly, we'll have peaches of immortality to eat. Master is really amazing, doing what he says and sweeping away all obstacles. There are 9 heavenly peach trees. Classmate and Lin took one, and Senior Windwalker from the Hall of Creation took another, so there are still 7 left. We still have a chance to obtain more heavenly peach trees. Everyone stared at Lin with excitement in their eyes, looking forward to what he was going to do next. Within the Tao observation heaven and earth space, and Lin pulled Hong Do up from the ground with a concerned expression. Are you all right? I'm fine. Hong Do shook his head before turning to look at Lin's storage ring. About the heavenly peaches. I know, Mr. Hong Do, you provided us with information and contributed to our quest for the heavenly peaches, so I'll naturally reward you handsomely. How about we split the spoils 80-20? And Lin proposed with a gentle expression. Hong Do faltered slightly before feeling a little guilty. Mr. Lin, I don't think that's a good idea. I feel like you should get more. So you're saying we should split it 90-10? That's an outrageous request of yours. I agree. And Lin waved a hand in a straightforward manner. Hong Do was dumbstruck before coming to his senses and flared up with rage. You and Lin, you want 90%. It had thought that the 82 split and Lin had said was that it would get 8 and Lin would get 2. What the F***CK was going on? I provided the location of the heavenly peach trees and contributed to the quest. So how can I get so little? This is daylight robbery. Hong Do roared with grief and indignation, and Lin was a little dejected. That's why I said 80-20. What else can I do if you insist on giving me more? Now that you're unhappy, forget it. Let's continue with the 82. Hong Do's eyes widened, and his chest exploded with rage. He was about to explode with rage. No, I created far more than that. You can't do this to me. Hong Do glowered at Lin with an enraged and aggrieved expression. He was no match for Lin, so he could only hope that he could change Lin's mind with words, even though the chances of that happening were very slim. What a fickle Hong Do! And Lin pursed his lips. How about this? Seeing as you've worked so hard for us, we'll split the spoils 70-30. Hong Do faltered slightly upon hearing this. He clearly didn't think that the domineering Lin would actually change his mind. For some reason, he was a little touched by Lin's words, and Lin brought out the heavenly peach tree, upon which all of the heavenly peaches on the tree glowed with a rosy, alluring light. He counted to find that there were exactly 100 heavenly peaches on one tree, and Lin handed over 30 heavenly peaches to Hong Do before putting the tree back into his storage ring. Thank you. Hong Do was a little touched as he accepted the heavenly peaches. Soon, they set off on their journey again. In order to compete for heavenly peaches in this world, not only did one have to be powerful, but they also had to be able to detect the presence of heavenly peach trees in a limited amount of time. And Lin and Hong Do ran over a series of hills. The hills rose and fell with lush greenery, creating a very pleasing sight to behold. Boom! The earth suddenly tremored violently. A small mushroom cloud rose into the air in the distance, and Lin's eyes immediately lit up at the sight of the explosive power. There's no mistaking this power. It's Big Brother Cheng's power! And Lin was extremely excited. He had located his teammate for the first time, and he immediately rushed toward that direction. Mr. Lin, wait for me. Hong Do chased after Lin, only to discover with despair that he was also running much slower than Enlin, within a vast expanse of flames and dust. Xianyuan Cheng was panting heavily with blood all over his body. Before him, two handsome white-winged men were already lying on the ground with golden protective light flashing incessantly around their bodies. However, there were still two powerful light-winged clan cultivators flying in the sky nearby, glaring at Xianyuan Cheng with enmity in their eyes. Xianyuan Cheng, give up. You have nowhere to run. Tell me where the other two disappeared to on the white snow mountain. Shirley pointed her sword at Xianyuan Cheng. You won't be able to find them with me here. Xianyuan Cheng drew his sword, a determined expression on his face. If that's the case, then you can go now. A six-winged light-wing clan male was expressionless, and his aura suddenly changed. Over 1,000 extremely sharp white sword intents began to appear behind him, and they were extremely terrifying and intimidating. He was Holy Angel Michael of the Garden of Eden, a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. You won't be able to hurt Big Brother Cheng with me here. A man sprinted toward them from the distance, and his voice erupted throughout heaven and earth. Chapter 1285. Xianyuan Cheng's handsome face was filled with astonishment upon hearing this. He turned his head and saw an extremely familiar man running towards him. Enlin, why are you here? Xianyuan Cheng's voice trembled slightly. He then immediately exclaimed, Run. They're very powerful. We have to conserve our strength. Run? The word run doesn't exist in my dictionary. Enlin's lips curled up into a smile. CK them all up. Shirley's eyes lit up at the sight of Enlin charging toward her, and she couldn't help but greet. Hey, Enlin, we meet again. Enlin also saw the beautiful angel flying in the air, and he said, Seeing as we're friends, you should leave now. I can forget about what happened to Big Brother Cheng. Seeing as we're friends? The heavenly peaches are the most important thing right now. A dazzling light erupted from Shirley's wings, and she spread out her slender arms to form an encirclement. A white halo of light instantly expanded for over 300 meters, enshrouding both Enlin and Xianyuan Cheng within it. Holy Light Cage. Shirley fully utilized her role as a healer and constructed a cage. She was planning to capture Enlin and Xianyuan Cheng in one fell swoop. Beautifully done. Mi Jia Lai smiled faintly as he praised. He then turned his gaze toward Enlin, and with a gentle wave of his hand, the countless light swords behind him fell toward Enlin like meteors. Enlin's heart skipped a beat. He could sense an extremely dangerous aura from those light swords, as if each sword could slay the two-headed flying dragon from before. He unleashed his evading turtle technique without any hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was torn apart by the sword intent, and Enlin's figure was also engulfed by the light swords. Enlin, Xianyuan Cheng could feel the terror of the sword rain and couldn't help but exclaim. Michael's eyes were glowing as he looked up at the dust cloud with a calm expression. Enlin, you are undoubtedly the #1 cultivator among the younger generation. However, there is always someone stronger. There are more experts in this world than you can imagine. For example, in my eyes, you are still an existence that can be easily crushed. Shirley also broke into a faint smile. Hee, Enlin, you can rely on the Little Queen's hacks during the Tao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers. Now, with the help of our holy angel, the tables have turned. How is it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Michael of the Garden of Eden was no ordinary Tao integration stage super mighty figure. Instead, he was a super mighty figure at the pinnacle of the Tao integration stage. His status was equivalent to that of the Celestial Arch, the leader of the 5 emperors of the Celestial Court. In terms of strength, among the 12 Tao integration stage cultivators who had entered the Tao enlightenment heaven, they were among the most powerful. So what if his strength was restricted to the 10th stage Tao body? Killing opponents above his rank was a piece of cake for him. Many mighty figures in the heavenly palace were also paying close attention to Michael's battle. Even the 4-9 immortal sect cultivators were getting quite nervous. The dust settled, and Lin's figure gradually appeared. What they didn't expect was that what they saw wasn't a protective golden light, but a green light of evading tortoise. Countless cracks appeared on the semi-transparent turtle shell, but it did not break. And Lin had blocked Michael's attack with his own power. He blocked it. Mi Jia Lai's expression changed slightly as a look of surprise appeared on his face. Easily crushed? You've crushed my turtle shell. And Lin harumphed coldly before drawing his evil-slaying sword and slashing it toward Michael. A black crescent sword projection soared into the sky. Michael flapped his 6 wings and evaded Lin's sword strike with an extremely agile movement technique. Big Brother Chen, can you still fight? And Lin asked as wings of wind appeared on his back. I can. Xianyuan Cheng took a deep breath, and a dazzling light burst forth from the bronze immortal sword in his hand as his myriad spirit Tai Chi sword intent began to proliferate outward. Very good, then let's eliminate the top dog of the Garden of Eden. And Lin's aura soared explosively as he spread his wings and rose into the sky. He was about to face the most powerful being in this space, so he couldn't afford to be complacent. 6 strikes of the war god Wind Sword. Streams of wind revolved around the evil-slaying sword, and its speed soared explosively. Shirley was just about to unleash a control spell technique when she lost sight of Lin in that instant. So fast! Her expression shifted drastically. In the next instant, a sense of extreme peril welled up in her heart. The black sword blade tore through the air, leaving a lethal trajectory in its wake. By the time Shirley realized what was happening, it was already too late for her to evade this attack. Bang! A violent collision sound rang out. A figure had appeared before her and blocked the evil-slaying sword's attack with a light sword in his hand. Master Michael. Shirley stared the man's back with reverence on her face, and Lin's 6 strikes of the war god had been blocked by the holy light sword materialized by Michael. Your swordsmanship isn't bad, Michael praised. Before Lin had a chance to unleash another attack, golden rings suddenly appeared around Michael's wrists. Holy ring binding strike, the holy angel said in an indifferent voice. An extremely pure, holy light burst forth from the golden rings. 2 projections of golden rings appeared in the sky and one on the ground, and they rotated in the opposite direction as a vast holy light erupted between them. Boundless binding power instantly sealed off every part of Lin's body. Wherever the divine light was, everything would be bound by the gods. This is the binding technique that the holy angel used to imprison the true demon tribe. It is as if a god has descended upon the world to subdue all demons. Who would have thought that holy angel Michael would still be able to unleash this technique at the 10th stage Tao body? A hint of excitement and reverence appeared in Shirley's eyes upon seeing this. Michael was handsome and powerful. Which Light-Wing clan girl didn't like him? I can only unleash less than 1/10,000th of the power of the holy ring binding strike with my current body, but it's enough to kill all living beings below the soul formation stage. Michael spoke with extreme confidence. Under the suppression of the holy light, and Lin's entire body was compressed by a boundless power, and he was unable to even move a single step. He was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. And Lin, you've lost. Michael wielded his light sword and charged toward Lin, who was bound in midair. All of a sudden, he turned around and used a defensive move. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, and shockwaves swept through the air for over a kilometer. Destructive energy soared into the sky, tearing apart the 2 golden rings. The holy ring binding strike could bind enemies within the rings, but it had no effect on enemies outside of the rings. This gave Xianyuan Cheng ample time to prepare. The explosion was extremely powerful, and it almost exhausted all of Xianyuan Cheng's power. The energy shattered the rings with unstoppable force before engulfing Enlin and Michael. Enlin seized this opportunity. Xianyuan Cheng roared. Although this explosion didn't differentiate between friend and foe, he knew that no one was more tanky than Enlin among all of the 10th stage Dao body cultivators. Sure enough, a black shadow tore through the flames of the explosion and instantly appeared before Shirley before stabbing into her chest. Kill the healer first. Splat! How merciless! A bitter smile appeared on Shirley's face as blood trickled down the corner of her lips. And Lin's lips also curled up into a smile. Get out of here and watch my performance. Watch how I defeat Michael. He withdrew his sword, and blood splattered through the air. A golden protective light enshrouded Shirley's entire body, and the power of space surged forth, causing her body to disappear from this world. And Lin turned toward the man enshrouded in holy light with a smile. One left. Chapter 1286. They had taken care of Shirley first in order to prevent her from pulling any underhanded tricks. For example, like Brother Cheng, a sudden bomb could also be the key to turning the tide of the battle. Now that Michael was the only one left, they could focus on their enemies. Michael's expression didn't change much at the sight of Shirley's elimination. As long as he was still here, the Lightwing clan still had a chance of obtaining the heavenly peaches. I admit I did underestimate you. It's a little unfair to you, but I'm going to use my Holy Spirit body against you. The 6 wings on Michael's back were fully extended, from which a dazzling, holy light radiated. Each and every feather glowed with a pure white light. A burst of holy music began to sound, as if it were a divine being leading the mortals to heaven. At that moment, it was as if he were the most holy being in this world. Boom! Michael's aura began to climb, and he had broken through the Tao body stage and entered an extremely mystical state. Oi, that's a little too much. You're using hacks. And Lin instinctively retreated with a nervous expression. The Holy Spirit body was an extremely rare, natural Tao body within the Lightwing clan. Once this power was fully activated, it would be able to unleash the Holy Spirit power, which was different from vital energy. Michael had initially only wanted to do it casually, but after meeting Enlin, he wanted to do it seriously. Using the power of the Holy Spirit body, the Holy Spirit power and vital energy was not a simple 1+1. After combining them, they would be able to unleash a type of explosive power that could enhance one's power to the maximum. And Lin could sense Michael's aura becoming more and more terrifying. Not just spirit-nurturing stage living beings, he could even put up a fight against soul formation stage super mighty figures. Michael was most likely going to be the most powerful enemy he had encountered on this trip. Within the Heavenly Palace, all of the Lightwing clan living beings were getting excited. Holy Angel Michael is using the power of the Holy Spirit body. I'm so excited. One of the beautiful Lightwing clan female cultivators yelled with excitement. No matter how powerful Enlin is, there's no way he can defend against the Holy Angel's attack. This time, we've finally gotten rid of a strong competitor. Even other Tao integration stage, super mighty figures wouldn't be a match for Holy Angel Michael in his current state. Even the male Lightwing clan cultivators were extremely excited to see this, and they began to discuss spiritedly among themselves. The battle between Enlin and Michael had attracted the attention of almost half of the mighty figures present. Almost no mighty figure thought that Enlin would be able to defeat Michael in his current state. All of the emperors of the Celestial Court also had their attention focused on Enlin. However, all of them had different perspectives. All of them were looking at Enlin with anticipation in their eyes, wondering how Enlin would be able to defeat Michael. Emperor Changsheng, how about we make a bet on who will win this battle, Enlin or Michael? The Celestial Darch narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Emperor Changsheng of an emperor, I to emperor out, emperor god. I Evan Michael of the least. Emperor Michael of Pebby of to me. The Celestial Darch. Michael is so powerful, and you're betting on Enlin to win? I'm not an idiot. And Lin has done many surprising things in the past. The more surprises there are, the more it becomes inevitable. Emperor Chongqing seemed to have seen through something. The celestial Arch was extremely frustrated. He had wanted to take this opportunity to earn a few heavenly peaches. There's no point in betting on who wins. Let's bet on how long it takes for Enlin to defeat Michael. Emperor Ziwei suddenly interjected. I bet 500 your heavenly peaches that he can finish the battle in 10 minutes. Emperor Ziwei had been pummeled by Enlin before, so he was very confident in Enlin's combat prowess. The celestial Arch thought about it for a moment before replying, I bet he can't do it. Michael was a super mighty figure who was comparable in power to him, so he had to save some face for himself. At this moment within the Dao observation space, you know how to use swords, so I'll play with you. Michael spoke in a cold voice, as if he were an emotionless god. A light sword had already appeared in his hand. Rip! The sharp sound of air being torn apart erupted. A sonic boom erupted behind him as he charged toward Enlin at an extremely terrifying speed. The light sword in his hand slashed out a pure and extremely powerful sword strike. There was no need for any fancy sword moves. It was just a simple fusion of Saint's spiritual energy and Yuan Qi, and a simple sword slash was formed. The hair on Enlin's body stood on end as an inky black sword intent burst forth. He unleashed his endless night technique to its fullest extent, and the sword strike was like the descent of night, engulfing all the light around it. In the next second, holy light tore through the darkness. Michael's light sword clashed with the evil-slaying sword, and the screeching sound of swords reverberated through the air. And Lin felt as if the holy light sword intent was surging toward him like a tsunami, and the web between his thumb and index finger was instantly torn open as his body was knocked flying into the ground. Boom! Half of a small hill was flattened by Enlin. Blood trickled down the corners of his lips as his blood flowed erratically. The power of his body of the war god had been restricted, and his current defenses were unable to withstand Michael's attacks. And Lin was definitely on the back foot in his first clash with Michael. Before Enlin had a chance to catch his breath, Michael charged toward Enlin again, and his holy light sword fell again. Whoosh! The holy light sword projection tore through the earth. A white figure was knocked flying again by the sword projection. Mi Jia Lai's white wings flapped, and it continued its pursuit. All of a sudden his expression shifted, and he immediately changed his flight path. A series of golden balls suddenly appeared in his original flight path before exploding violently. Boom, boom, boom! Energy exploded as gale-force winds swept through the air. This was a chain of explosions that made one's flesh crawl. Michael heaved a light sigh of relief. Thank God he had evaded in time. Otherwise, he really would have been struck. He turned his gaze to look at the other handsome man, who was as handsome as him. To be able to secretly set up a spell formation in the air in advance, I have to say, you really are an explosive prodigy. Michael praised, and Lin was astonished. What, explosive prodigy? Xian Yuan Chang corrected him with an enraged expression. I'm not an explosive prodigy, and this isn't an explosive prodigy. This is a manifestation of the myriad spirit, Tai Chi, Tao of Yang. Oh. Mi Jia Lai nodded disapprovingly. It was obvious that he didn't believe her. Xian Yuan Cheng. And Lin was finally able to catch his breath thanks to Xian Yuan Cheng's delay. Just as he was hesitating about whether or not to use that technique, an extremely powerful pillar of light pierced through the air toward Michael. Michael's reaction was extremely fast, and he evaded the attack range of the pillar of light with an extremely ghostly movement technique. Holy F *CK! This angel of judgment Kyle is so cunning. He evaded my final spark. An extremely pleasant voice sounded. Holy Angel Michael. Who was Angel of Judgment Kyle? Chapter 1287. And Lin didn't even need to look to know who they were. Sure enough, A young female sorcerer with a slender figure and a six-feathered staff in a pinkish-blue sailor outfit appeared nearby with excitement flashing in her purple eyes. "Don't panic, armored dragon turtle. I'm here to save you." Lu Qianhuan greeted them with a wide grin, and Lin faltered for a few seconds before coming to his senses and flared up with rage. "F*CKU, armored dragon turtle. I'm the limitless sword sage." Holy Angel Michael's brows furrowed slightly. How could he not understand what these cultivators were saying? However, it didn't matter if he didn't understand. He could just kill them all. Holy light surged. A circular sword projection over 100 meters in length swept toward Lu Qianhuan at an extremely fast speed. Lu Qianhuan hurriedly raised her staff to defend herself, and the sword projection clashed with the staff, upon which a sharp screeching sound erupted. Boundless power and piercingly cold sword intent instantly swept forth, knocking her flying. "Explosive freak, armored dragon turtle, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and protect the backline." Lu Qianhuan screamed, and Lin finally came to his senses before charging toward Michael with his evil-slaying sword in hand. Lu Qianhuan maintained her balance in midair, and she stomped her fair, well-proportioned legs into the ground to stabilize herself. At the same time, her six-feathered staff also unleashed a dozen or so energy balls that were powerful enough to warp the air before hurtling toward Michael at an extremely fast speed. Michael was just about to clash with Enlin and send Enlin flying again when the energy balls were already upon him. His brows furrowed as he unleashed a holy light barrier around his body, allowing the energy balls to explode around him. On the ground below, Xianyuan Cheng also unleashed a few violent sword strikes. The relentless barrage of attacks was making Michael quite irritated. "I can't waste any more time with you." Michael heaved a faint sigh as he slashed a circular arc through the air with his holy sword, upon which a white halo of light expanded. A white feather detached itself from one of his 6 wings and drifted toward the white halo of light. All of a sudden, an extremely scorching pillar of light tore through the air from the distance. Final spark. Lu Qianhuan unleashed a powerful attack at the feather. Her intuition told her that the feather was not simple. Michael had no choice but to unleash another sword strike, and this time Lu Qianhuan's intermediate flash was sliced in half. Lu Qianhuan was right. That feather was indeed extraordinary. Seeing this, Enlin and Xianyuan Cheng immediately attacked the feather. However, Michael wielded his holy sword and slashed out an impenetrable net of swords, blocking all 3 of their attacks. Finally, Baiyu fell into the white circle. Heavenly Feather Kingdom. As soon as Michael finished speaking, the white feather shattered, and the halo of light expanded by several hundred meters. The holy light that was so condensed that it was almost tangible began to illuminate the world. Enlin, Xianyuan Cheng, and Lu Qianhuan all half knelt on the ground as their bones crackled and popped. The terrifying gravity made it impossible for the 3 of them to stand up. Yes, this was the suppression power of the kingdom of heaven. No one could escape this power. It's over. Michael swung his sword toward Enlin, and holy light tore through all things, leaving a dazzling and unstoppable trajectory in the air. Enlin's expression darkened, and he decided to use his trump card, the origin energy of the netherworld. He couldn't use his fire god mode in this situation, so the origin energy of the netherworld was his most powerful trump card. However, if he were to use the origin energy of the netherworld, his cultivation base of the 10th stage Tao body would definitely not be able to handle it, and it would result in very powerful side effects. The price he had to pay was that he would most likely be completely exhausted and unable to continue battling. In other words, this was a spell technique that would become useless as soon as it was used. It was no wonder that Enlin was hesitating for so long. However, he had no other choice now. If he didn't use it now, Big Brother Cheng and Lu Qianhuan would also be defeated here. The holy light sword projection swept toward him with terrifying sharpness. A determined expression appeared on Lin's face, and he was just about to activate the power within his body when another scorching sword projection appeared in his field of vision before clashing with a holy light sword projection. Boom! An explosion of energy erupted, and Lin was knocked flying for several dozen meters before tumbling to the ground. But his heart was filled with ecstasy. "Xiaolan," he blurted out. That's right, he was extremely familiar with this type of sword intent and holy flame power. It was Su Xiaolan. Mi Jia. Lai turned to look at the prideful woman in the distance, and his expression changed again. "You're back." Ripples suddenly appeared in the air. Michael seemed to have detected something, and he immediately slashed his sword toward a certain spot in the air. A crisp collision sound rang out. A bright blue moonlight disk crashed into the holy light sword at an undetectable speed, upon which a dazzling, sharp, and frosty light erupted. "That's not a bad sneak attack, but you're dreaming if you think you can hurt me." Michael swung the moonlight disk through the air. A woman in a blue palatial dress with the appearance of a celestial maiden under the moon waved a hand, and the blue moonlight disk obediently returned to where she was standing, keeping a wary eye on the six-winged angel nearby. "Su Qianyun, you're here as well." And Lin was elated. His confidence was greatly boosted by the arrival of one powerful ally after another. "Classmate and Lin, you're here as well." Su Qianyun heaved a sigh of relief with a smile. "Thank God you're here. Otherwise, classmate Xianyuan would have been in deep trouble." "How's the heavenly peach tree?" Xianyuan Qing asked in an urgent voice. "I killed 3 light-wing clan beings and passed through the illusionary formation before finding it at the summit of the snow mountain." Su Xiaolan made an okay hand gesture with a smile. "What, you two also obtained a heavenly peach tree?" And Lin's eyes widened with astonishment as he stared at the 2 women in the distance. "It's all thanks to Big Brother Cheng fighting for an opportunity for us." Su Xiaolan sighed with emotion. In the sky above, Michael's expression completely darkened. Zhuo Luo and the others were eliminated? How is that possible? He knew that the 2 women in the distance were at the soul formation stage and returned to void initial stage, respectively. As for Zhuo Luo and the others, they were all returned to void stage mighty figures prior to entering this world. Regardless of whether it was in terms of battle awareness or spell techniques, none of them were inferior to these 2 women. How did they lose? Michael couldn't figure this out. However, when he saw Su Qianyun's unfathomable halo of light, as well as Su Xiaolan's terrifying sword strike, he began to understand. The 2 women before him were far more powerful than their cultivation bases. Generally speaking, powerful beings who could battle above their cultivation bases would be able to unleash power beyond their cultivation bases after attaining the 10th stage Tao body. This was the case for Michael and Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Su Qianyun. Michael pressed a hand into the air, and the power of the Heavenly Feather Kingdom completely erupted. 3 resounding booms erupted, and Lin, Lu Qianhuan, and Xianyuan Cheng were all crushed into the ground. He then slashed his sword through the air, sending Su Xiaolan flying for over a kilometer before crashing into the cliff face of a tall mountain. In the next instant, he disappeared on the spot to evade the moonlight halo. Before Su Qianyun had a chance to come to her senses, a white figure appeared before her. He pointed a finger into the air, upon which a holy light flashed, and she threw up a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground as if she had been struck in the stomach. Michael withdrew his finger expressionlessly. He had defeated 5 people in a row in the blink of an eye. "You're all very powerful, but to me, I can take on all 5 of you on my own, so that's more than enough." Chapter 1288. This was a very arrogant statement, but no one could refute it. Michael had displayed his power as a 10th stage Tao body cultivator, which was indeed terrifying to the point of despair. He truly lived up to his status as the leader of the Garden of Eden. Lu Qianhuan lay on the ground, panting heavily. "It's over, it's over. Kyle, the angel of judgment, fought all 5 of us at once and annihilated all of us. Lux the sorceress, the explosive freak, the armored dragon turtle, the bright moon goddess, and the limitless sword sage. None of them were a match for him. Michael looked at the 5 people on the ground, and a holy voice reverberated through the air as a rainbow light converged upon his holy sword. He didn't say anything else as he slashed his sword toward Xian Yuancheng, who was the closest to him. The light of the holy sword replaced the light of the sun and moon as it fell mercilessly. Xian Yuancheng had just been sealed by the heavenly feather kingdom and was completely unable to stand. He could only look on helplessly as the attack fell upon him, but there was nothing he could do. However, at this critical moment, Fang Jingji's expression changed. A familiar white figure appeared in front of him. Black mist revolved around his body, and his aura was so vast and terrifying that it struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. The figure wielded a black sword and slashed toward the holy light sword, upon which darkness replaced all light. It was as if night and day had fallen. The holy light sword was engulfed by the black sword projection. How could this be? Michael's blue pupils contracted slightly as an expression of shock appeared on his face. And Lin? Xian Yuancheng smiled. The person standing before him was none other than Enlin, who had unleashed the origin energy of the netherworld. You force my hand, Michael. I'm going to show you just how terrifying an enemy you think you can easily defeat is. Enlin flipped his sword lightly, and it was as if all the light between heaven and earth had been sucked into his sword. Roll over, armored dragon turtle. Lu Qianhuan saw hope and yelled in a loud voice. And Lin, what a powerful aura! A grave expression appeared on Michael's face. No matter how arrogant he was, he couldn't look down on this power. His cultivation base had already been restricted to the 10th stage Dao body, so he couldn't use over 99% of his spell techniques. There was no way such a low-level secret art could be used. Therefore, he didn't expect Enlin to possess such a terrifying secret technique. 6 strikes of the war god, Shadow Tiger. The world suddenly turned dark. Mi Jia Lai's heart skipped a beat. His 5 senses were instantly stripped away, and even his divine sense was blocked. This was true darkness. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately mobilized all the power in his body to defend himself. However, before the holy light defense could be completely activated, the sharp blade light had already pierced through his barrier of power and entered his body. The speed was extremely fast, and the power of the sword had transcended to another level. Rip! The sword mercilessly tore through his body. Light returned to the world. What appeared before everyone's eyes was the scene of the 6-winged holy angel falling to the ground. White feathers fluttered and blood splattered across the sky. The protective golden light was extremely dazzling. Wings of wind sprouted from Enlin's back, and he held the blood-stained, evil-slaying sword in his hand. Black energy revolved around his body, and he became the only person standing between heaven and earth, as if he were an invincible war god. Lu Qianhuan couldn't help but cheer loudly upon seeing this. The entire heavenly palace erupted into a frenzy. The scene of Enlin slaying Mi Jia Lai with a single sword strike was simply far too astonishing. My God, Mi Jia Lai lost. He clearly had the upper hand just a moment ago. How did he lose in the blink of an eye? That's an insta-kill. Is that insane? Many living beings' faces were burning with embarrassment as they stared at the scenes unfolding before their eyes with shock and humiliation. After all, most of the mighty figures had thought that Enlin would definitely lose, and they had even declared that Enlin wouldn't be able to last much longer than that. No, how could holy angel Mi Jia Lai be defeated? This is all fake. I must be dreaming. Some of Mi Jia Lai's fanatics were unable to accept reality, and they were already beginning to reject reality. In particular, the Light Wing clan living beings were filled with incredulity. They had thought that they had the best chance of securing the heavenly peach trees. Who would have thought that they would be completely wiped out before even securing a single heavenly peach tree? And they had all fallen to the same power, the 4-9 immortal sect. Shirley stared blankly at the image on the screen, and Lynn's words from a few minutes ago were still ringing in her ears. Go and watch him defeat me, Jiao Lai. Shirley was waiting for Lin to be knocked out of the match so that she could use this line to mock him. Who would have thought that Lin would actually win? She tucked a few strands of her golden hair behind her ear, and a wry smile appeared on her face as she heaved a faint sigh and shook her head. He really is unfathomable. Even holy angel Mi Jiao Lai is no exception. In contrast, the 4-9 immortal sect was ecstatic. Haha, Master is the best of the best. Sect leader and Lin's attack just then was so terrifying. Is that a technique that can be used by a Dao body stage cultivator? Master is so powerful. Even that Mi Jiao Lai is no match for him. Yi Ling looked at the man on the screen with pride and yearning in her eyes. She had heard from her junior brothers Xiao Zhe and Xiao Tu that Mi Jiao Lai was comparable to the celestial Dharch of the Kingdom of the 9 States. Who would have thought that her master would still be able to defeat him? The little girl was extremely impressed by this. On the celestial Thearka's banquet table, Emperor Ziwei wore a wide smile on his face. Aye, Ziwei, hand over your heavenly peaches. The other 4 emperors all handed over their heavenly peaches with dejected expressions on their faces. How could Lin really be so powerful? He had killed Michael in less than 10 minutes and hadn't given them any face at all. Emperor Ziwei had almost blind faith in Lin's power, so he received 20 heavenly peaches. Aside from Lin, he was probably the happiest person present. Inside the universe of Dao comprehension, Xianyuan Cheng caught Lin in his arms as he fell from the sky. Lin's heart was filled with a sense of security as he felt the warmth of Lin's chest. Su Xiaolan ran over from afar, and her footsteps faltered slightly upon seeing this before she continued to run toward Lin. Lin, are you all right? I'm not. I'm so tired right now and can't move at all. I need a beautiful big sister to hold me. Lin looked at Su Xiaolan with a mischievous smile as he spoke. Su Xiaolan had initially wanted to take Lin from Xianyuancheng. However, she felt like Lin was a little perverted upon hearing this, so she changed her mind. Oh, then I'll have to trouble classmate Xianyuan Cheng to take care of him. Su Xiaolan patted the dust off her body as a warm but implacable smile appeared on her face, and Lin's chest constricted. Xiaolan, you're going to lose me like this. Su Xiaolan pretended as if she hadn't heard him, and she ran over to the other side to help Su Qianyan up. Thank you, classmate Xiaolan. Su Qianyan smiled sweetly as she wiped the blood from the corner of her lips. You're welcome. It's a pity that pills are prohibited here, so we have to rest for a while. Su Xiaolan stroked Su Qianyan's back with a gentle expression as vital energy surged through her body to unclog her meridians. Lin felt a sense of loss. Chapter 1289. Lin, Xianyuan Cheng, Lu Qianhuan, Su Xiaolan, and Su Qianyan gathered together to meditate and recover from their injuries. After their battle with Michael, all of their powers were almost completely depleted, and Lin was basically a cripple. If they didn't rest, any Dao integration stage, super mighty figure would be able to kill them. Only by being in a better state could they face greater challenges. Besides, they had already obtained 2 immortality peach trees, which could be considered as a small achievement. Therefore, they were able to keep their composure and were not too anxious. Ahem, ahem. Lin, are you guys all right? Mi Jiao Lai was defeated by you? That's so impressive. The rock golem limped toward Lin and the others with an astonished expression. Lin turned to the rock golem with a perplexed expression. Hongdo, where did you go just then? That's right. The disheveled rock golem was none other than Hongdo. If it weren't for Hongdo's sudden appearance, he would have forgotten that he was with him. An awkward expression appeared on Hongdo's face. It's a long story. I wanted to transform into a rock and slowly approach Michael in order to launch a surprise attack. What happened after that? And Lin asked. After that, I was unlucky and was struck by Holy Angel Michael's sword projection, and I was almost killed. Hong Do pointed to his chest with an aggrieved expression. There was a gaping hole there, from which scorching lava was still gushing out relentlessly. After that, I didn't dare to show myself in fear of being discovered by Michael, so I lay silently on the spot. Who would have thought that I would be struck by that heavenly feather kingdom AoE attack again, and my golden protective light was almost blasted out. Hong Do became more and more aggrieved as he spoke, and Lin's expression darkened upon hearing this. So, you didn't do anything, and you just came here to get beaten up? Hong Do interlaced his fingers and thumbed them together with an aggrieved expression. I actually wanted to help you. Even if I didn't do anything for you, I still put in a lot of effort. As for the newly obtained heavenly peach tree, and Lin, Su Xiaolan frowned and said, Scram! Lu Qianhuan didn't hide the disdain in her eyes at all. You're just a giant lava beast that only knows how to hide in the bushes and doesn't even know how to unleash a single skill before being killed by an enemy with an unknown range attack. You still have the nerve to ask for heavenly peaches? Your face is thicker than a rock. Hong Do didn't dare to say anything else as he sat off to the side with a gloomy expression. Everyone continued to recuperate and recover their strength. In the distance of the hills, there is a black dog and a bowl of ramen. They hid behind a big tree and looked in the direction of Enlin and the others. Woof! They probably don't have much combat power left. Lord Noodle, should we attack? Black Hound asked in a low voice. There's no hurry. We can't be too cautious against an enemy that can defeat Holy Angel Michael. Besides, taking the heavenly peach trees from their storage rings before unleashing their golden protective light is quite a difficult task. So I have to think about it carefully, Noodle said with a grave expression. Black Hound lay down obediently and looked on silently at the figures in the distance. To think that Hong Do is hanging out with the 4-9 Immortal sect. Look at how eager he is. Black Hound harumphed coldly. Actually, if we do this well, it could be a great help to us, Noodle said in a thoughtful voice. We might be able to use Hong Do. The black dog's eyes lit up. Oh, you're saying, atop a hill. Xianyuan Cheng and the others had already recovered, and they set off again. As for Enlin, he was still a cripple, and it would take a long time for him to recover his combat prowess. As such, he was placed in a coffin. As an immortal tool, the Blood Soul Jade coffin had very powerful healing effects. Su Xiaolan carried the coffin on her back and continued onward with Xianyuan Cheng and the others. And Lin was carried on Su Xiaolan's back. But it was a pity that the two of them were separated by a coffin. And Lin laid his hand on the cold coffin, and he finally experienced what it felt like to be so close, yet so far away. He was so close, but he couldn't feel Xiaolan's warmth, and his heart was filled with grief. In this world, it was impossible to differentiate between the center and the periphery. All they could do was search for heavenly peach trees. Occasionally, they would climb mountains and survey the terrain from afar. When encountering a weaker opponent, they would act as a third party to eliminate them, and when encountering a more powerful opponent, they would wait for an opportunity to strike. In any case, their journey was quite a smooth one. They encountered members of other top-rate immortal sects in the Kingdom of the 9 States, but all of them immediately gave way upon seeing the 4-9 immortal sect. They didn't fight, but they didn't interact too much either. We seem to have gone astray. We've really reached the end of the road this time. Xianyuan Cheng stood atop a tall mountain and looked down at the murky gray spatial boundary in the distance. Hey, look over there. Lu Qianhuan pointed in another direction with excitement on her face. There's a battle going on over there, and both sides are quite powerful. Everyone turned in the direction that Lu Qianhuan was pointing to about 40 to 50 kilometers away, where an intense battle was taking place. It was clearly daytime, but they could still see the light of spell techniques from where they were. The more intense the battle, the more likely it is that the heavenly peach trees are involved. This is an opportunity. Su Xiaolan was already itching to go, but that's too far away. Hong Do panted heavily with despair etched on his face. The battle will probably be over by the time we get there. They were only Dao body stage cultivators and couldn't fly, so 40 to 50 kilometers was not a short distance. Time is of the essence. Let's hurry. All right, let's run as fast as we can. Everyone hit it off and began to run towards the battlefield. Hong Do! They didn't even bother to respond to Hong Do's words. As expected of the weakest member of their team, Hong Do was feeling very depressed. He had decided to prove the value of his team with his strength. Everyone continued onward, passing over several dozen mountains and countless rivers before finally arriving at a canyon, upon which the sounds of battle could already be heard. A meandering river flowed through the canyon like a roaring dragon. The sounds of battle rang out incessantly, and it was quite clear that the battle was extremely intense. Looks like there are quite a few powers here this time. Xianyuan Cheng's brows perked up slightly as he surveyed his surroundings with a cautious expression. Su Xiaolan wielded her dragon sparrow sword as she surveyed her surroundings. There are a total of 12 powers with 65 people. 8 of them are currently engaged in battle, and 4 of them are lying in ambush. There are also enemies who haven't arrived yet, Lu Qianhuan said with a solemn expression. Everyone knew that an extremely terrifying battle was about to erupt here. There was no other reason. It was because there was a vibrant peach blossom forest within the canyon. At the center of the forest, there were 3 heavenly peach trees within a natural enchantment barrier. Chapter 1290. There are too many powers involved in this battle, so we can't act rashly. We have to come up with a plan of action. Xianyuan Cheng spoke with a solemn expression. The Wuji Sword Sage is the most powerful, so he'll lead the way. The Rock Golem has a lot of defense, so he'll also attract the enemy's firepower. Goddess Jiaoyu is the assassin, so she'll be responsible for concealment and one-hit kills. The explosive genius, and I will stand behind her and be responsible for dealing damage. Everyone. Seeing everyone's dumbstruck expressions, and Lin finally explained what each of the characters referred to. For example, the Wuji Sword Sage was Su Xiaolan, and Goddess Jiaoyu was Su Qianyin. Everyone came to a sudden realization upon hearing this. This lineup seemed to make sense. They all expressed that there was no problem with this arrangement, but Hong Do was the one who objected the most. I refuse to accept this. Why am I only left to absorb damage? Hong Do protested with an indignant expression. Su Xiaolan shot a glance at Hong Do. Then, do you want to compete with me in terms of attack power? Or do you want to compete with me in terms of whose explosions are more terrifying? Xianyuan Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly. In that instant, Hong Do was struck by an unprecedented sense of danger, and his body trembled as he nodded incessantly. I'll be the meat. I'll be the meat. Hong Do had always dreamed of slaughtering everyone, but he yielded in the face of everyone's pressure and chose a formation that was designed to absorb damage. Hong Do's situation was resolved perfectly. Su Xiaolan continued, not only do we have to be careful of all the major powers, but we also have to be careful of the heavenly peach tree forest. Not only is there a powerful enchantment barrier in the forest, but there are also extremely fearsome illusionary formations and killing formations. I just saw 8 living beings charge into the formation, and 5 of them were immediately eliminated, while the other 3 are still wandering around in a daze. And Lin heaved a forlorn sigh upon hearing this. If he had recovered his full strength, he would be able to destroy any formation with the flick of a finger. What a pity. We'll create an opportunity for Xianyuan Cheng and Lu Qianhuan to enter the forest, Su Xiaolan instructed. No one had any objections. The battle was still going on. People were constantly being eliminated, and people were constantly entering the peach blossom forest. They knew that they couldn't drag on any longer. In order to prevent other forces from getting ahead of them, and Lin and the others decided to officially start the battle. Thus, the 4-9 Immortal sect appeared on the battlefield. Su Xiaolan was at the forefront. Her sword light was like a dragon, and holy flames covered her like clothes. She was like a vermilion bird dancing in the 9 heavens. No one could get within 10 feet of her. Ha ha ha. Idiots, come and hit me. Hong Do thumped his chest in excitement as he roared at the enemies charging toward his teammates in a frenzy of mockery. It had to be said that there really were a few hot-tempered cultivators who were attracted by Hong Do's infuriating expression. In the end, they were blasted by Lu Qianhuan and Shen Yuancheng. The 4-9 Immortal sect cultivators were well-coordinated and organized, and they were like a sharp blade that sliced through all obstacles and eradicated all enemies in its path as they pressed toward the cherry blossom forest. Be careful, everyone. The 4-9 Immortal sect is here. No one can stop our Spider Star spirit tribe. Everyone surround them. A green one-eyed spider with 8 legs and a pair of scythe-like hands roared. The other 4 spiders also let loose excited cries as they spat out a series of resilient and extremely poisonous spider webs toward the oncoming 4-9 Immortal sect cultivators. The spider webs were imbued with the power of stars, and not only could they resist fire, but they could also defend against all types of attacks. That's right, this was the signature spell technique of the Spider Star Spirit Tribe, the Star Spirit Net. Even spirit beasts of the spirit nurturing stage would find it difficult to escape from this all-encompassing net. Just as the Spider Star Spirit Tribe cultivators were looking on with confidence as their webs flew toward the 4-9 Immortal sect cultivators, a holy flame of the purest yang suddenly burst forth and completely melted the Star Spirit net. What? Our webs are clearly resistant to fire, but they've been melted? What terrifying flames! The Spider Star Spirit Tribe cultivators were shocked. Get out of the way! The most powerful green one-eyed spider let loose an almighty roar as it leaped toward the other spiders before slashing its saber-like hands through the air. A green figure appeared before it at this moment, and its dragon sparrow sword fell with scorching, holy flames. Boom! The ground within a radius of over 200 meters was torn asunder by the chaotic, vital energy. Tribe leader, all of the spiders who had been knocked flying yelled. Boom, boom, boom. Su Xiaolan slashed through the air with her dragon sparrow sword, and the most powerful spider tribe leader swung his saber-like hands to defend himself, sending shockwaves surging through the air. Su Xiaolan's speed was extremely fast, and her movement techniques were extraordinary. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water. The spider tribe leader was slowly beginning to falter. Su Xiaolan was having a lot of fun, but she had forgotten that she was carrying a coffin on her back, within which lay Lin. And Lin was still immortal, and Lin felt as if he had been on the most terrifying roller coaster ride. He was hurtling through the air, stopping abruptly, making sharp turns, and sometimes even spinning a full circle in the air. The terrifying weightlessness, hypergravity, collisions, and spinning made him feel like he was about to die. How could a mortal body keep up with Su Xiaolan's terrifying battle prowess? She murdered her husband, and Lin's eyes rolled over, and he threw up. Not long after that, sparks exploded forth. The spider tribe leader let loose a wail of anguish as his body was slashed through the air, and a golden protective light appeared around his body. Tribe leader! Some of the spider tribe members yelled in despair. The spider tribe leader was a return to void final stage mighty figure, but he couldn't even defeat a female cultivator who had only just reached the return to void initial stage after attaining the 10th stage Dao body? Their impression of the spider tribe leader was completely shattered. What they didn't know was that Su Xiaolan was able to battle return to void final stage mighty figures when she was only at the return to void initial stage. Now that their cultivation bases were on the same level, how could she possibly lose? Not long after that, Xianyuan Cheng and Lu Qianhuan had also taken care of all the spider tribe members who were standing in their way. Su Xiaolan sheathed her sword elegantly, and her jade dress fluttered in the wind like a transcendent azure lotus flower. She was a peerless sword immortal. All of the spectating mighty figures in the heavenly palace were dumbstruck upon seeing this. Su Xiaolan was just about to continue onward when a mellow voice sounded beside her ear. It was Su Qianyin, who had been lurking in the shadows, who spoke. "Classmate Xiaolan, look at classmate Enlin. He doesn't seem to be in a good condition." Su Xiaolan immediately moved the blood soul jade coffin toward her. She was given a fright upon seeing this. "My God! Enlin, what's wrong?" Su Xiaolan was able to remain calm and collected even in the face of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. But she was on the verge of yelling in horror. And Lin lay limply on the coffin. His face was deathly pale, his eyes had rolled into the back of his head, and he was covered in vomit. He was dead. Chapter 1291. Su Xiaolan, Xianyuan Cheng, and the others were given a huge fright upon seeing this. And Lin. Su Xiaolan lifted the lid of the coffin in a frenzy and carried Enlin out. She pressed a hand over Enlin's heart, and a series of thumps sounded as if she was striking Enlin's heart with electricity. At the same time, vital energy surged, and pure flame power quickly nourished Enlin's body. Thank God! He only suffered a respiratory arrest. He's fine now. Su Xiaolan heaved a long sigh of relief as a relaxed smile appeared on her face. She then used a spell technique to remove the filth from Enlin's body. Respiratory arrest? Hongdo was perplexed. "It means that he couldn't catch his breath," Su Xiaolan explained. Hongdo was astonished. "What did you do to him?" He almost stopped breathing. A faint blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's face, but she didn't explain. It was most likely her fault for Enlin's condition. The rapid movement, drift, and rotation of the coffin made Enlin's stomach churn. He was even given a massive fright, and Su Xiaolan was struck by a sense of lingering fear upon thinking of this. If Enlin really did die like this, she would die of guilt. Soon, Enlin slowly regained consciousness, and there were tears in his eyes. He knew that he had almost become the most aggrieved person in history who had been scared to death while being carried on the back of his Tao companion. He wouldn't even need a coffin, as he was going to die in one anyway. And Lin, everything's fine now. Be a good boy. Su Xiaolan immediately bent over and caressed Enlin's chest as she consoled him in a gentle voice. At this moment, powerful beings from other powers had already begun to attack them. Another battle erupted. "I'm just a burden here. Don't worry about me and continue onward," Enlin said. Su Xiaolan, "Impossible." Xianyuan Cheng, "How could we abandon you?" Lu Qianhuan, "Don't even think about it. I won't sell out my teammates." Everyone immediately rejected Enlin's suggestion. "Don't forget what our goal is, to obtain the peaches of immortality. It's not like I'm going to be separated by life and death. At most, I'll be kicked out. So what? At most, give me a few more flat peaches of immortality when you return." And Lin insisted. Su Xiaolan shook her head firmly. "It's not about the immortal peaches. I don't want to see you being bullied by others when you're so weak. Even if I don't want the peach of immortality, I will protect you. That's it." And Lin was stunned when he heard this. He stared blankly at the green-clothed woman in front of him. When he saw the unquestionable determination on the woman's face, his heart was inexplicably touched. It has nothing to do with the immortality peach, power or life or death. I just don't want to see you get bullied. Even though Enlin was a burden right now, he was still extremely happy to be protected by someone else. Su Xiaolan placed Enlin back into the coffin before turning to Hongdo. "Carry Enlin on your back and follow behind me." Her speed and movement techniques were too fast for Enlin to handle. As such, they had to find someone more reliable to carry him, and Hongdo was clearly the most suitable candidate. Hongdo was moved by everyone's words, and he immediately agreed. "Don't worry, I'll be sure to protect Mr. and Lin." He carried the coffin on his back as he spoke, and he puffed out his chest as if he were carrying out an extremely sacred mission. They rushed toward the nearby cherry blossom forest again. It had to be said that the strength of their small team was very strong. They could kill anything that stood in their way. Their advancement could be described as invincible. Hong Do followed behind Su Xiaolan. He was no longer a meat shield. Instead, he was a porter. To put it nicely, he was the sect leader's bodyguard. He felt like this job suited him very well. It was a noble job, and it had a sense of honor and holiness to it. Just as they were running, a voice suddenly traveled into their ears. "Hong Do, Hong Do." Hong Do's body trembled as he replied, "You're the holy Lord Noodle?" This was definitely the voice of the Hall of Creation's mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle stage. The holy Lord Noodle. That's right. It's me. I didn't think that you would be working with the 4-9 Immortal sect. Not bad at all. The holy Lord Noodle's elated voice sounded, interspersed with slurping sounds of praise. Hong Do thought that the holy Lord Noodle was mocking him, and an awkward expression appeared on his face as he transmitted his voice. "We're only working together, temporarily. Don't overthink things." "Of course I'm not overthinking things. I know that you're the mighty spy of our Hall of Creation." "Spy?" Hong Do was dumbstruck. "That's right. Don't forget what kind of event this is. It's a battle for the Heavenly Peaches. No matter what you do, it's all for the Heavenly Peaches, isn't it?" The holy Lord Noodle's voice sounded again. "That's true. But what does this have to do with being a spy?" Hong Do replied, "Don't forget what you're carrying on your back. It's the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect, Enlin. I overheard your conversation, and Enlin has a heavenly peach tree in his storage ring. He's just a mortal who's completely exhausted, so you can take the heavenly peach tree from his storage ring. Then you can use him as a hostage to force the 4-9 Immortal sect to hand over the second heavenly peach tree. That way, we'll be able to obtain 2 heavenly peach trees." Hong Do, who would have thought that you'd be such a resourceful rock? Holy Lord Noodle was rambling on, as if it were emphasizing something. A bold idea suddenly surfaced in Hong Do's mind. It was as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, and a bold idea surfaced in his mind. Why was he following the 4-9 Immortal sect around during this battle for the Heavenly Peaches? Now, there was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him to obtain 2 heavenly peach trees. The holy Lord Noodle had already proposed a method, so it was completely feasible in theory. "Hong Do, what are you hesitating for? If you're afraid of retaliation from the 4-9 Immortal sect, the Black Dog and I can help you, and we'll split the Heavenly Peaches 50-50. How does that sound?" Holy Lord Noodle's offer was extremely enticing to Hong Do. Hong Do was tempted. He was a member of the Hall of Creation, and he was only with the 4-9 Immortal sect for the Heavenly Peaches. Now that there was a better way to obtain the Heavenly Peaches, why wouldn't he do it? And Lin, Su Xiaolan, didn't you guys look down on me? Hong Do was going to do something big for all of you and give you a fright. Hong Do immediately wanted to put down the coffin and pull out Enlin. However, his hand faltered in midair, and his scorching eyes regained some clarity. "Hong Do, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up, there's no time left." The holy Lord Noodle urged in an urgent voice. A bowl of noodles and a black dog had already entered the battlefield. "Haha, look, there's a bowl of noodles here." One of the stone tribe living beings chortled with glee before slashing down toward the bowl of noodles. The holy Lord Noodle floated out of the bowl before pulling out a soft, curly noodle to shield itself. Boom! A violent collision ensued. The stone tribe living being's eyes widened with incredulity. The sharp blade of the knife struck the noodle, but it was unable to slice through it, as if it had struck the toughest object in the world. Before it had a chance to react, a poached egg crashed into the stone tribe living being's chest like a cannonball. upon which a resounding boom rang out. As if something had exploded, the stone tribe living being threw up a mouthful of blood, and its eyes rolled over into the back of its head as it crashed to the ground. A golden protective light appeared around its body, and it had been eliminated. It was like striking a rock with an egg. This was a poached egg that had evolved into a spirit. Hongdo! The Holy Lord Noodle was already closing in on Hongdo. Hongdo's body shuddered, and he immediately laid a hand on the coffin. Chapter 1292. Sage Noodle had already appeared behind him. As long as Hongdo opened the coffin and brought out Enlin, they would be able to take the heavenly peach tree with ease. Then they could use Enlin as a hostage to threaten the 4-9 Immortal sect into handing over the other heavenly peach tree. The script had already been written, and all that was left was for Hongdo to execute. Hongdo's breathing accelerated as he urged himself to hurry up. Stoneman, be careful! Lu Qianhuan suddenly let loose a loud cry before kicking Hongdo aside. Whoosh! A crimson sword ray brushed past, leaving a long ravine in the ground. Seeing that his attack had failed, the man with the red, long sword quickly retreated. But as he quickly retreated, his foot stepped on the ground, and the ground strangely protruded and became extremely hot, as if some terrifying energy was about to break out of its shell. Not good. His expression changed drastically, and he tried to escape with all his might. Rumble! A terrifying explosion suddenly occurred. The earth trembled. The man was blasted away like a rag, and he still had a terrified look on his face when he fainted. Xianyuan Cheng smiled faintly. Everything in the world can be adjusted. Get rid of the yin and adjust the yang, and you'll be able to turn into a yang object. The explosive demon is awesome. Isn't this a landmine? I understand. Lu Qianhuan replied excitedly. Xianyuan Cheng's face darkened. He said solemnly, "This is the application of the myriad spirit, Tai Chi Dao." Lu Qianhuan ignored him and extended a slender, lily-white hand toward Hongdo. Hurry up and get up, rock golem. Be careful in the future, and don't get distracted. Our sect master safety is in your hands. Don't let us down. Don't worry, I'll definitely protect Enlin. For some reason, Hongdo's heart was filled with warmth as he stood up with Lu Qianhuan. Was this the feeling of being trusted? He had entrusted the safety of a sect leader to it. Hongdo's heart shuddered as a thought occurred to him, and he immediately began to chastise himself. They trusted me so much, yet I was thinking about betraying Enlin. Hongdo, are you the type to betray your teammates? The most hateful thing wasn't being cheated, but betrayal. Hongdo, go! A loud shout suddenly came from behind. It was quite clear that the Holy Lord Noodle couldn't hold back any longer and was planning to lay its cards on the table. At the same time, this left Hongdo with no way out. Barren earth lava. Hongdo roared as he slammed a palm into the ground. Rumble. The ground was uprooted, and scorching lava crashed toward Holy Lord Noodle and the Black Hound like tumbling meteors. Sage Noodle and the Black Hound's expressions both changed drastically. Boom, boom, boom. The ground not far away had turned into a land of lava. The high temperature and explosions were extremely terrifying. This was the most powerful attack Hongdo could unleash. The dust settled to reveal two disheveled figures. They had been completely unprepared for Hongdo's attack, so they had been struck by it. Hongdo, have you gone insane? Holy Lord Noodle's enraged voice sounded. You cheater! Woof! Black Hound also barked in exasperation. You will never be able to prove yourself by doing this. You loser! I've already given you the plan, so you still have a chance to change your mind. Hurry up and kill Enlin. Holy Lord Noodle began to provoke Hongdo. Hongdo remained expressionless as he slowly withdrew his fist. Can I really prove myself by obtaining the heavenly peach tree like this? No, that will only make Enlin and the others look down on me even more. I, Hongdo, am not that kind of person. Black Hound was dumbstruck. Prove yourself to the 4-9 immortal sect. What the F***CK? Is this Hong Do from the Hall of Creation or the 4-9 immortal sect? Has he been drugged? Never would the Holy Lord Noodle have thought that something like this would happen. Hong Do puffed out his chest as if he were a mighty man. I, Hong Do, always have a clear conscience. Black Hound, Holy Lord Noodle. F***CK off. One noodle after another tore through the air before hurtling toward the coffin behind Hong Do. Holy Lord Noodle was going to use force. Hong Do immediately fled as he yelled for help. Help me! Light binding. A ring of light imbued with an extremely powerful restrictive power appeared behind Hong Do before sealing the noodle in place. Sorceress Lu Qianhuan had sprung into action. Final spark! A white pillar of energy tore through the earth before hurtling toward Holy Lord Noodle's face. Holy Lord Noodle was completely unfazed as a pair of golden chopsticks suddenly materialized from the noodle soup. The golden chopsticks exuded immortal tool energy fluctuations as they instantly materialized a light shield in front of Holy Lord Noodle. Boom! The pillar of light exploded, reducing the earth within a radius of several dozen meters to dust. Holy Lord Noodle was completely unscathed, and it continued to charge toward Hong Do. Lu Qianhuan's expression shifted. This noodle was no ordinary noodle. Hong Do had already made his way behind Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan was the most powerful being present, so he would only feel safe behind her. You reacted very well just then. A faint smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face as she led the way for Hong Do. It's all very basic. Hong Do nodded in an awkward, yet polite manner. No one knew what kind of mental struggle he had just undergone. Within the coffin, and Lin nodded with approval at Hong Do's departing figure. He had actually heard everything that had just taken place and what Hong Do had said, so he knew what had transpired between Holy Lord Noodle and Hong Do, as well as Hong Do's decision. To be honest, Lin was a little surprised that Hong Do would make such a decision, but he was also very pleased that he hadn't trusted the wrong person. Holy Lord Noodle and the Black Dog were still in hot pursuit. Lu Qianhuan and Xian Yuancheng unleashed a relentless barrage of spell techniques to stall the two powerful beings from the Hall of Creation. Hold on for a bit longer. We've already reached the entrance to the Cherry Blossom Forest. Su Xiaolan yelled. As soon as they entered the Cherry Blossom Forest, the powerful illusionary formation and killing formation would be enough to make their pursuers cautious and cautious. After all, this was a place where even the vast majority of return to void stage mighty figures would find it difficult to even protect themselves. Su Xiaolan picked up her pace and slashed the two tree people in her way with a single sword strike. The entrance to the Cherry Blossom Forest had already appeared before her. This was a path paved with flower petals, with countless other paths crisscrossing within it. Right at this moment, her footsteps suddenly faltered, and she came to a sudden halt. An extremely terrifying sword intent suddenly fell from the sky. The ground up ahead was instantly pulverized by the sword intent. Phew! Su Xiaolan heaved a sigh of relief with lingering fear lingering in her heart. That was close. If she had run any faster, she might have fallen victim to that attack. Who dares to attack me? Get the F***CK out here. Su Xiaolan let loose a clear cry as she reverted back to her usual domineering and aloof self. Her dragon sparrow sword struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. A man with an otherworldly figure slowly made his way over from another direction. Each and every step he took seemed to follow some kind of rhythm, and he was as sharp as a sword and as ethereal as a cloud. Behind him were 5 blue-robed cultivators with powerful auras. It's me, Lu Mingxian. You can't enter this cherry blossom forest. My heavenly sword sect has taken it. The man clasped his hands behind his back as he spoke in a cold voice. Chapter 1293. This was Lu Mingxian of the Heavenly Sword sect, the #1 sword immortal of the Kingdom of the Nine States, and a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. When he announced that he had taken over the cherry blossom forest, everyone's first reaction was not mockery. Instead, they were filled with fear and indignation. It's over. Lu Mingxian is here. What do we do? Don't worry. He's not invincible. We have more people on our side, and we'll be able to wear him down. Wear him down. We'll be able to fight when Master Wind Walker arrives. What do we do now? How about you go first? F***CK off. You go first. All of the cultivators who had already made it to the cherry blossom forest were beginning to feel hesitant and fearful. Lu Mingxian turned expressionlessly toward Lin, who was lying in the coffin behind Hongdo, and he didn't say anything as he stood in front of the entrance to the cherry blossom forest. It was quite clear that he had made his stance very clear. You want to enter the cherry blossom forest? Sure, you have to defeat him first. Lu Mingxian's presence instantly intimidated the vast majority of the living beings present. Even Su Xiaolan and Shen Yuan Cheng didn't move, clearly not planning to fight to the death. The Heavenly Sword sect has to enter the cherry blossom forest if they want to obtain the heavenly peach tree. We'll wait for them to enter the cherry blossom forest before finding an opportunity to do so, Su Xiaolan suggested in a low voice. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. This was a good idea. If Lu Mingxian wanted to flex, then let him. Was he not going to enter the cherry blossom forest to obtain the heavenly peach tree? Once he entered the illusionary formation, who would be able to stop the people outside? Lu Mingxian turned to the 5 people behind him. All of the living beings in the cherry blossom forest had been eliminated. You guys go in to obtain the heavenly peach tree. I'll guard the outside. Yes. All of the Heavenly Sword sect disciples extended respectful salutes before entering the cherry blossom forest. All of the 4-9 immortal sect members. They were waiting for Lu Mingxian to enter the cherry blossom forest, but he didn't want to. However, this also prevented a situation where a black horse suddenly appeared and stole the heavenly peach tree. After all, the peach blossom forest was filled with disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. So whose immortality peach tree could it be if not the Heavenly Sword sect's? A beautiful woman did not enter the peach blossom forest. Instead, she stood beside Lu Mingxian and looked at Enlin and the others with a cold smile on her face. During the Saturn Peach Feast, my husband did not make a move because he cared about the reputation of the Celestial Court. Now my husband can make his move. Look at how cowardly all of you are. Where did the courage you used to shout at us go? Just a bunch of rats. Zhu Shan spoke with a disdainful expression on her face, and it was as if she were trying to vent all of her resentment. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying energy beam suddenly slammed into his face at an extremely fast speed. Her expression changed drastically, and it was too late for her to take any defensive measures. At the critical moment, Lu Mingxian unsheathed his bronze long sword and unleashed sword qi to shatter the energy beam. Huan, what are you doing? Lu Mingxian shouted angrily. There's a dog barking. I'm telling it to shut up. Can't I? Lu Qianhuan raised her bright purple eyes and spoke in a cold and forceful voice. Zhu Shan's eyes widened, and her body trembled as she pointed at Lu Qianhuan. You. Her relationship with Lu Qianhuan wasn't very good, but it wasn't to the point where they would insult each other in public. However, Lu Qianhuan's actions had completely thrown away all pretense of cordiality. Huan, you've gone too far. How could you insult her in public? Lu Mingxian was enraged. Lu Qianhuan pointed at Zhu Shan. I insulted her? She called me a rat. Why didn't you say that to her? Lu Mingxian faltered upon hearing this, and he was rendered speechless. It was quite clear that when Zhu Shan was cursing the 4-9 immortal sect cultivators as a bunch of scoundrels, she had included Lu Qianhuan as well. However, Lu Mingxian remained completely unmoved and didn't say anything. A sense of guilt welled up in Lu Mingxuan's heart as he glared at Zhu Shan. Zhu Shan lowered her head and retreated a few steps. A cold light flashed through Lu Qianhuan's eyes. Don't think that you can insult my friends just because you saved my father's life. I'm going to kill anyone who insults my friends. Mingxian. Zhu Shan turned to Lu Mingxian with tears of indignation on her face. You go in, I'll hold them off, Lu Mingxian said with a resigned expression. No, I want to be with you. I want to be with you. Zhu Shan looked at Lu Mingxian with deep emotions in her eyes as she spoke in a firm voice. Lu Qianhuan felt like she was going to vomit at the sight of Zhu Shan, and she rubbed her storage ring over and over again, as if she was thinking about something. Zhu Shan had already turned to all the other powerful beings present with a cold smile on her face. All of you stay outside. No one can enter the cherry blossom forest with my husband here. And Lin couldn't help but interject. Does this woman have a vendetta against Lu Mingxian? What's up with you constantly giving Lu Mingxian AoE attacks? Lu Mingxian puffed. Lu Qianhuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. All of the rage that she had accumulated was instantly shattered by Lin's words. Zhu Shan was extremely enraged. And Lin, can't you shut your mouth even though you're lying in a coffin? I'm not trying to brag, but if I could come out of this coffin, I would be able to slay Lu Mingxian, the #1 sword immortal of the Kingdom of the Nine States, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect. And Lin spoke in an unhurried manner. Zhu Shan's expression darkened. Wasn't this the same F***king person? Lu Mingxuan's eyelids twitched, and he was struck by the urge to draw his sword. A young sorceress in a sailor outfit was also laughing with glee, as if she wasn't talking about her father. Mingxian, aren't you going to teach him a lesson now that he's put it this way? I heard that he also has a heavenly peach tree, so we can take it from him, Zhu Shan persuaded. The 4-9 Immortal Sect doesn't just have one heavenly peach tree. They have two. At this moment, the Holy Lord Noodle suddenly spoke. Mr. Lu Mingxian, why don't we join forces to fight the 4-9 Immortal Sect? We'll split the spoils 40-60. Woof. I'll take 60, you take 40, the black dog chimed in. Boom. A noodle was slapped into the ground, where the black dog crashed into the ground. We take 40, you take 60. How about that? The Holy Lord Noodle asked. If they couldn't win, then they could join forces with the Heavenly Sword Sect. No matter how powerful the 4-9 Immortal Sect was, they wouldn't be able to withstand their combined attacks. Zhu Shan immediately flared up. Who the F***ck do you think you are to join forces with the Heavenly Sword Sect? Piss off if you don't want to die. Holy F***ck. This B***tch is insulting us. The black dog spat. The soup in the Holy Lord Noodle's bowl was boiling over. How dare she insult the Holy Lord Noodle? You're courting death. Kill her. Two mighty figures from the Hall of Creation appeared in a menacing manner, ready to attack the Heavenly Sword Sect. See, I told you that this woman has a vendetta against Lu Mingxian. And Lin splayed his hands open from within the coffin. Su Xiaolan and Shen Yuanqing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hong Do was also cackling like a tractor. Mingxian, that's not what I meant. I think we can take all of the heavenly peach trees. There's no need to give them to those two Hall of Creation. Zhu Shan hurriedly explained. I know. Lu Mingxian nodded. Even though Zhu Shan didn't think before she spoke, he still knew what she was thinking. At this moment, the Holy Lord Noodle and the Black Dog had already pounced toward Lu Mingxian. Chapter 1294. Holy Lord Noodle and the Black Dog were both returned to void final stage mighty figures. There was no way they could beat Lu Mingxian in a one-on-one battle. However, in a situation where they were at the same level, there was still hope for them to defeat Lu Mingxian if they worked together. Therefore, when he was ridiculed, he had to retaliate. Even Sage Noodle Noodle wanted to save face. Berserk-sucking noodles. Holy Lord Noodle's broth churned as countless strands of noodles imbued with terrifying power tore through the air toward Lu Mingxuan's nostrils, ears, mouth, and buttocks with scorching heat and sharp piercing power. Lu Mingxian furrowed his brows and harumphed coldly, as if he was extremely disgusted by this method of attack. A bronze-colored ancient sword was unsheathed, and an astonishing sword intent erupted forth, instantly slicing the oncoming ramen into pieces at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Moon-devouring heavenly dog. At this time, the black hound had already leapt in front of Lu Mingxian, its jaws wide open, revealing sharp, bloodthirsty fangs. The jaws were bigger than a human's, and it was planning to bite Lu Mingxian in one bite. Scram! Lu Mingxian flicked his sword, and it was as if a river had been turned upside down, vast and mighty. Black Hound could only feel a raging river rushing towards it. It had nowhere to hide. His open mouth was stirred up by the sword chi, as if he had swallowed 10 kilograms of finger chili. It was burning and painful, and his body felt like it was being torn apart by the huge force. Howl! The black hound whimpered and was flung hundreds of meters away by the sword chi. Holy Lord Noodle hurriedly backed away upon seeing this, as it turned to Lu Mingxian with shock and horror on its face. They're clearly at the same level of cultivation, so why is he still so strong? It was quite clear that Lu Mingxuan's combat prowess had exceeded Holy Lord Noodle's expectations. Even if it joined forces with Black Hound, they still wouldn't be able to defeat that bastard. Holy Lord Noodle, isn't this Lu Mingxian a little difficult to deal with? Why don't we join forces? And Lin's voice suddenly sounded from within the blood-soul jade coffin. Join forces? Everyone's expression changed. You're not joking, are you? The Holy Lord Noodle's broth shuddered violently. One had to realize that Holy Lord Noodle was still plotting against the 4-9 Immortal Sect. Now, the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal Sect was asking them to join forces against Lu Mingxian? His heart was too big. I'm not joking. And Lin chuckled. All of us have the same goal, and that is to enter the peach blossom forest and obtain the peaches of immortality within. Right now, Lu Mingxian is blocking the entrance to the peach blossom forest. He's our common enemy. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's work together for now and defeat Lu Mingxian. After that, we'll enter the peach blossom forest and rely on our own abilities. What do you think? And Lin's words enlightened Holy Lord Noodle and the Black Hound. Not only them, but the other forces that had gathered in the canyon were also eager to make a move. It wasn't that they didn't want to get rid of Lu Mingxian. It was just that they didn't dare to be the first to do so. Now that the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal Sect had stepped forward, they were starting to have more ideas. Do you really think you can defeat my husband with just the few of you working together? Even if you double the number of people you have, you still won't be a match for my husband. Zhu Shan chuckled at the sight of the stirring crowd. Those two were returned to void final stage mighty figures, but they were forced into retreat by Lu Mingxuan's 2 sword strikes. So what if there were more enemies here? Who could stand up to a single sword strike from him? Zhu Shan's words were not without reason, but that didn't diminish everyone's rage toward Lu Mingxian in the slightest. Anyone would be displeased to be looked down upon like this. Right at this moment, an elated voice sounded from nearby. And Lin, it's Lin and the others. This was a very gentle voice. And Lin lay in his coffin and was greeted by the sight of a purple-robed woman making her way toward him with an elated expression. Behind her were 4 people, all of whom possessed extremely powerful auras. They were none other than the Dark Wind Imperial Family powerful beings. Mr. Lin looks like he's in a difficult situation. Let's go and have a look. Xiang Fengyi, the Emperor of the Dark Wind Imperial Family, immediately made his way over to them. After a brief survey of the situation, there were a total of 5 powerful beings from the Dark Wind Imperial Family, and they had successfully joined forces with Enlil. What a domineering, heavenly sword sect! Do you really think the heroes of the Kingdom of the Nine States are pushovers? I, Xiangfingi, am going to see just how powerful your sword is. An immortal sword appeared in Xiangfingi's hand as he spoke, upon which a powerful sword intent erupted forth as he glowered at Lu Mingxian. The other powerful beings from the Dark Wind Imperial family also unleashed their auras to suppress the man in the distance. Su Xiaolan, Shen Yuancheng, and the others also unleashed their auras upon seeing this. Holy Lord Noodle and the Black Dog also unleashed their auras. The combined auras of all the powerful beings became more and more fearsome as vital energy surged violently, sending sand and pebbles flying into the air. The surrounding living beings who were still eating melon seeds unconsciously tensed up as well. Lu Mingxuan's expression darkened slightly. He felt like things were getting a little troublesome. It would be easier to deal with those who were still hesitating, but the powerful beings from the Dark Wind Imperial family for Nine Immortal Sect and Hall of Creation were all determined to fight him. When these forces converged, he had no choice but to treat them seriously. However, that was all he could do. He, Lu Mingxian, had never feared anyone. Isn't that Enlil? Why are you lying in a coffin? Do you see where my sister is? An extremely handsome man with a hint of femininity on his face greeted him with a smile. This was the second prince of the Greenwood Imperial family, Su Exan. There were also 3 people behind him. Mr. Su Exan, your sister isn't my lackey. How would I know where she is? And Lin was speechless. Even though Su Qianyin was nearby, he still didn't want to tell Su Exan. Let me introduce you. This is my big brother, Su Gu. Su Exan introduced him to a brawny man behind him with a smile. This brawny man by the name of Su Gu had a stocky build with a long beard, and he wore a suit of shimmering purple and golden armor, giving him an extremely imposing appearance. He was the polar opposite of Su Exan and Su Qianyun's devastatingly handsome looks. Blood brother. And Lin couldn't help but ask, Su Gu, blood brother. Say, what happened here? Su Exan asked, and Lin replied, so on, so on, and so forth. Su Gu immediately exploded upon hearing this. Holy sh*T. I've always heard that the Heavenly Sword sect is proud and aloof, but I've finally witnessed it for myself this time. I really want to experience sect leader Lu Mingxuan's swordsmanship. Mr. Enlil, we're here to help you. Su Exan yelled excitedly. Thus, the 4 powerful beings of the Greenwood Imperial family also joined in the battle against Lu Mingxian. This time, Zhu Shan's face had also paled a little. She was feeling quite pressured by the auras of over a dozen powerful beings at the same time. Even Lu Mingxuan's expression had become a little grave as he gripped the ancient sword in his hand tightly. A smile appeared on Enlin's face upon seeing this from within the coffin. Sect leader Lu Mingxian, a just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little. You have to make way for us with regards to the heavenly peach tree. I'll only have more and more allies, but you won't have anyone to help you. How long can you last? Lu Mingxian couldn't refute Enlin's words. He stood silently at the entrance of the peach blossom forest, and no one dared to approach him. Who said Lu Mingxian doesn't have any powerful beings to help him? Not far away, 5 powerful beings began to approach. The one in the lead was a woman in a black dress. Her eyes were as deep as ink, and she slowly rose to her feet with a mysterious smile on her face as she wagged her long tail. Lu Mingxian, I'll help you take care of these people. The woman pointed at the blood soul jade coffin. After the battle, you can do whatever you want with the others, and I'll take care of Enlil. How does that sound? Chapter 1295. This was truly a case of calamity descending from the heavens while he was lying in his coffin. Enlin's entire body stiffened at the sight of the woman with the sinister smile on her face. This woman was none other than the monarch of the Snake Spirit clan, black spirit snake. That's right, she was the same black spirit snake who had clashed with Enlin on many occasions and had even fought him on many occasions. But Enlin had been tormented like a nightmare the entire time. Enlin belongs to you? Su Xiaolan's dragon sparrow sword glowed with a cold light as she glowered at the exquisitely beautiful snake woman before her, and her sword intent surged forth. So what if she was a Tao integration stage mighty figure? She was going to kill her for trying to steal Enlin. Lu Mingxian, what do you think? Black spirit snake narrowed her eyes as she turned to the handsome man beside her with a faint smile. Zhu Shan didn't dare to interject now. She knew that she couldn't afford to criticize this woman. Lu Mingxian nodded without any hesitation. All right, we'll do as you say. I'm very glad that you're willing to stand with me. He had no reason to refuse Black Spirit Snake. He was feeling a lot of pressure from the relentless influx of powerful beings, so he needed another powerful ally. Besides, if he really did reject Black Spirit Snake, what would he do if Black Spirit Snake turned on him in a fit of rage? Thus, the two Tao integration stage, super mighty figures joined forces. All of the other living beings were struck by an indescribable sense of pressure. Anyone would be struck by a sense of panic in the face of two Tao integration stage, super mighty figures, even if they were all of the same cultivation base. Hand over Enlin obediently, and I might consider sparing your lives. A smile appeared on Black Spirit Snake's face as she pulled out a massive golden sword in a domineering manner. Lu Mingxian shot a glance at Black Spirit Snake. Spare everyone else? That's not what we agreed on. It just slipped my tongue. Black Spirit Snake was a little embarrassed. You can do whatever you want to the other living beings. The 4-9 immortal sect cultivators were instantly displeased upon hearing this. You want us to hand over Enlin? Dream on. Su Xiaolan pointed her sword at Black Spirit Snake. That's impossible. Xianyuan Cheng was also on guard. Zhu Shan chuckled with a hand over her mouth. Ha ha ha, what reckless fools! Don't you know what kind of opponent you're facing? Those are two Tao integration stage, super mighty figures. How are you going to fight us? In the face of a Tao integration stage, super mighty figure, they're nothing more than a bunch of useless trash. No matter how many people there are, they'll still be useless. The woman was fearless and started mocking everyone again. Lu Qianhuan couldn't bear to watch this any longer, and she was just about to retaliate when a voice suddenly sounded. So what if you're at the Tao integration stage? A man in a red and gold Taoist robe with a vast aura strolled over. Behind him were 3 cultivators with equally powerful auras. It's him, sect leader Zhu Shuza of the Vermilion Bird sect. Gasp! Another Tao integration stage, super mighty figure has arrived. What's going on here? Why are there so many powerful beings here? It's all your fault. Everyone made too much noise. Within the canyon, a certain creature caused a huge commotion. Zhu Shan's expression shifted again. She had clearly been insulted once, but she couldn't say anything. After all, her opponent was a Tao integration stage, super mighty figure. Zhu Shuza stood silently before Enlin and the others. However, even though he didn't say anything, his intimidating aura struck fear into the hearts of all the other living beings present. Zhu Shuza, what are you trying to do? Lu Mingxian looked at the man who was also a sect leader of one of the 4 great immortal sects and asked slowly, What am I trying to do? My niece was bullied by you, so why can't I stand up for her? Zhu Shuza replied with a faint smile. Su Xiaolan turned to the man beside her with a complex expression. Uncle! Due to Zhu Shuza's firm decision to join the battle, the 4-9 immortal sect cultivator's power balance had changed once again. If a battle were to break out, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious. Right at this moment, another voice sounded. Big brother N, why are you lying in a coffin? Ha 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 woof. A sly voice sounded. Everyone turned to discover an adorable and mighty white dog pouncing toward Lin with excitement. What was important was that behind it were the three immortal beast overlords, Bai Xian, Hu Xian, and the Grand Elder of the mythological beast sect, Kuei. Ha ha ha. Mr. Lin, who would have thought that someone as bad *SS as you would be lying in a coffin? Kuei chuckled. Even though he was mocking Lin, the friendliness in his voice was quite apparent. Mr. Lin, what's going on? Bai Xian asked with a concerned expression. And Lin, so. Is the Heavenly Sword sect already this arrogant? Bai Xian flared up with rage. Let's see what gives you the right to stand at the entrance of the cherry blossom forest. Kuei's voice was like a clap of thunder as lightning crackled around its body. Its explosive temper had clearly been ignited. Thus, the powerful beings of the mythological beast sect also joined the 4-9 immortal sect. Zhu Shan, Lu Qianhuan, and Black Spirit Snake both wore extremely grave expressions. The battle had yet to commence. Hee, Cheng, why are you standing at the entrance? Can't you get in? An extremely handsome man who bore a slight resemblance to Xianyuan Cheng made his way toward everyone. Even though he was alone, no one dared to underestimate him. This was because he was Xianyuan Luin, the sect leader of the 10,000 Spirits Immortal Sect, a Dao integration stage super mighty figure. Father! Xianyuan Cheng extended a serious salute. All right, there's no need for such formalities. What are you two doing here? Xianyuan Luin asked with a warm smile. Xianyuan Cheng, so. A hint of rage appeared on Xianyuan Luin's face upon hearing this. So on, Lu Mingxian, Black Spirit Snake, how dare you? Do you really think this is your territory and you can do whatever you want? I, Xianyuan Luin, refuse to believe this. An extremely terrifying aura erupted forth as he spoke. In that instant, all things fell silent, and all living beings submitted to him, Lu Mingxian and Black Spirit Snake. The auras of several dozen soul formation stage and return to void stage powerful beings, as well as the auras of 3 Dao integration stage mighty figures combined together. Just how terrifying was that? Zhu Shan's features paled with fear, and she almost stumbled as she inched closer to Lu Mingxian. However, before Zhu Shan had a chance to catch her breath, another authoritative voice sounded. Sect leader Lin, what happened to you? Why are you lying in a coffin? Even though the voice was authoritative, it was tinged with a hint of gentle concern. And Lin raised his head to discover an exquisitely beautiful mermaid making her way over the waves. She looked at him with concern in her sapphire blue eyes. The princess of the Spirit Fish clan, the leader of the West Sea Alliance, Lan Xiaoni, was here. Behind her were the 2 high priests, Yu Feiyu and Gu Yu, as well as a group of powerful beings from the 2 tribes. And Lin immediately grumbled, so. Lan Xiaoni's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this. The Heavenly Sword sect and the Snake Spirit clan are impressive. You've taken over the Cherry Blossom Forest? West Sea Alliance, heed my command. Open up a path for me. Lan Xiaoni's authoritative voice sounded. Boom, boom, boom. 2 Dao integration stage super mighty figures and a group of soul formation stage and return to void stage powerful beings erupted at the same time, and their auras surged forth like raging waves. There were 5 Dao integration stage super mighty figures and several dozen soul formation stage and return to void stage powerful beings. Even though they were all at the 10th stage Dao body, the auras and true intent imbued within their bodies were unstoppable, and their targets were the 3 people at the forefront. At that moment, Zhu Shan felt like the sky was about to collapse upon her. Not only was she unable to breathe, but her legs also gave out from under her, and she collapsed to the ground. This was way too terrifying. Chapter 1296. Who would have thought that they would have the upper hand with 2 Dao integration stage super mighty figures? But now the tables had suddenly turned. The 4-9 immortal sect had an additional group of powerful beings, including 5 Tao integration stage super mighty figures. No matter how bad *SS Lu Mingxian and Black Spirit Snake were, there was no way they would be able to withstand such a force. Hey, Zhu Shan, why are you sitting on the ground? You don't have to kneel down and lick their boots. And Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter as he lay in his coffin. Zhu Shan's face was flushed with humiliation, and Lin's voice had only just fallen when Lu Mingxuan's aura suddenly soared again. All of a sudden, Zhu Shan felt as if a mountain that had been weighing down on her had been lifted off her shoulders. Mingxian! Zhu Shan turned to Lu Mingxian with a grateful expression before rising to her feet with difficulty. Zhu Shan, didn't you say the Tao integration stage super mighty figures are very bad *SS? Now, we seem to have a few more Tao integration stage super mighty figures on our side. What do you think we should do? And Lin was still mocking her in a nonchalant manner. It was rare to have someone who didn't dare to fight him, so he was naturally not going to let this opportunity slip by. Sure enough, Zhu Shan's face had already turned green. Her body was trembling with rage, but she didn't know what to say. At this moment, Lu Mingxian suddenly spoke. I, Lu Mingxian, am here to stop the 4-9 immortal sect cultivators. If they want to enter the cherry blossom forest, then I, Lu Mingxian, will not stop them. Lu Mingxian stepped to the side as he spoke, revealing the passageway to the cherry blossom forest behind him. Please, that was a simple sentence, but it resolved the core conflict between the two sides. That's right, all of the Tao integration stage super mighty figures had entered this world for the heavenly peaches. If Lu Mingxian allowed them to enter and fight for the heavenly peaches, how many of them would choose to remain here? This was a brilliant move, and Zhu Shan couldn't help but applaud internally. However, what was perplexing to the spectating powerful beings and Lu Mingxian was that the expressions of the mighty figures standing beside them didn't change in the slightest. Instead, they remained rooted to the spot. They completely ignored Lu Mingxuan's previous words. And Lin, I'll always be by your side, Xiang Qingya said in a seductive voice. If you dare to target Lin's group, I will target you, Su Xan said calmly. Zhu Shuza also laughed out loud. How can my niece not have immortal peaches to eat? Lu Mingxian, why don't we fight? Xianyuan Cheng was also full of smiles. My son is in trouble. As a father, I can't just sit back and do nothing. Sect Master and Lin, Old Bull will help you this once. Kuei Nyo chuckled. Actually, it was just that its hands were itching. It had the immortal peaches from time to time, but it didn't have many opportunities to provoke Lu Mingxian. A frosty expression appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face. Senior Yu Feiyu, Senior Gu Yu, kill them. Lu Mingxian and Black Spirit Snake, Zhu Shan. None of the forces chose to abandon Lin's group and enter the Peach Blossom Forest. Only now did Lu Mingxian and the others realize just how powerful the 4-9 Immortal Sect was. Not only were the members of the 4-9 Immortal Sect all extremely powerful, but they also had a terrifying network of connections. That's right, not only did the 9 Imperials, the 4 Great Sects, and even the West Sea Alliance all stood by Lin's group without any hesitation. What kind of cohesiveness was this? This was simply unimaginable. If the 4-9 Immortal Sect could gather such a powerful force, they would be able to crush even a super first-rate force with a Tao integration stage super mighty figure among their ranks. Lu Mingxian knew that he couldn't afford to mess with this group of people. How did things end up like this? He had only wanted to vent his anger because the ancient sword that had nurtured its spirit had been taken from him. Alright, he had to admit that he had also been tempted by the heavenly peaches, but he had no choice but to step aside now. I have something urgent to attend to, so I'll be going now. Black Spirit Snake's eyes roamed over Lin for a moment before she suddenly chuckled and turned to Lu Mingxian. Mr. Lu Mingxian, farewell. Black Spirit Snake didn't wait for Lu Mingxian to say anything before hurrying into the cherry blossom forest with a few powerful beings from the Snake Spirit clan. He ran very quickly and cleanly, not taking a single cloud with him. The scene suddenly fell into a strange silence. Lu Mingxuan's frosty expression twitched involuntarily as his lips twitched. He had cursed black spirit snake countless times in his heart, and Lin had countless powerful beings on his side, and his teammates were all invincible. As for Lu Mingxian, his only teammate had already sold him out. The #1 sword immortal of the Kingdom of the Nine States couldn't help but feel a little dismal. Mingxian, oui. Zhu Shan's voice trembled with fear. It was simply too terrifying to be glared at by a group of powerful beings. Lu Mingxian heaved a resigned sigh before leading Zhu Shan to the other side, leaving the entrance to the cherry blossom forest open to everyone. His attitude was quite clear. Lu Mingxian had conceded. The 4-9 Immortal Sect had won. The mighty sect leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect had finally bowed his proud head in the face of a group of Tao integration stage and return to void stage mighty figures. Where there's life, there's hope. Let's just endure it for now. Lu Mingxian transmitted his voice to Zhu Shan to calm her down. Zhu Shan nodded before turning to the 4-9 Immortal Sect group with resentment in her eyes. Haha, Lu Mingxian has made way for us. We can go in now. Humph. Let's go. Wait, there's so many of us. Why do we have to leave like this? What you're saying is... All of the mighty figures looked at one another, and they could all see the excitement in each other's eyes. We have so many people. Wouldn't that be too much? Huh. Isn't Lu Mingxian acting like he's the most powerful being in this world? So what if we teach him a lesson? That's right. What would the 4-9 Immortal Sect do if we weren't here? He can bully the weak, but we can't? He had to make that guy pay the price. Otherwise, he won't learn his lesson. All of the mighty figures turned to look at Lu Mingxian. The atmosphere became quite peculiar again. Why are you still here? The heavenly peach tree is about to be taken. Zhu Shan yelled at all of the mighty figures. However, her trembling body had already shown that she already knew what was going to happen next. 5 Tao integration stage, mighty figures, and several dozen returned to void stage and soul formation stage mighty figures were all targeting Lu Mingxian and her. What kind of despair was this? Charge! Let me experience the sword techniques of the #1 sword immortal of the Kingdom of the Nine States. Shut up. I want to see if my holy flame is more powerful, or if his sword is more powerful. Lu Mingxian is too popular, I can't do anything about it. So be it, I'll just bully this sharp-tongued woman. Thus, Lu Mingxian and Zhu Shan were instantly drowned in a sea of powerful beings. Chapter 1297. Su Xiaolan, Shen Yuancheng, and the others also joined in on the fun. Lu Mingxian was quite powerful, and he unleashed a few extremely fearsome sword projections with all his might, wounding Kuei and Zhu Shuza as well as eliminating the other 10 powerful beings. He was then engulfed by a vast expanse of fearsome spell techniques. A golden protective light appeared around his body. He didn't know who dealt the final blow, but they were all murders anyway. No. Mingxian, save me. Ah. A scream of agony erupted. Zhu Shan lay on the ground with disheveled hair and blood seeping from the corners of her lips. She was in an extremely sorry state. A golden protective light enshrouded her body, and if it weren't for this, she most likely wouldn't have lasted for even a second. Look at her pitiful state. Weren't you all arrogant and cocky just a while ago? You called us a bunch of trash. Do you think you're all that just because you have a powerful backer? This B***TCH is too weak. All of the mighty figures harumphed with disdain. Zhu Shan clutched at her wounded body as she stared at the mighty figures before her with pain and horror etched on her face. She really was scared. She didn't think that these living beings would hate her so much that they wouldn't even spare her any face. Sometimes, people who spouted nonsense were even more deserving of a beating. Farewell, Lu Mingxian, Zhu Shan. I'll be sure to carry on with your efforts. And Lin waved a hand as he lay in his coffin. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. Zhu Shan threw up another mouthful of blood upon hearing this. She hated Lin to the point of gritting her teeth, and she was about to burst into tears. Come to think of it, it seemed that every time she had a conflict with Lin, she had never been able to gain the upper hand. Instead, she had to leave with her tail between her legs, especially on this occasion, and Lin hadn't even done anything. All he had done was move his mouth from his coffin, and Lu Mingxian and she had been beaten half to death, and Zhu Shan pointed at Lin in the distance and was just about to threaten him when an extremely powerful spatial power enshrouded her body, and she instantly disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, she appeared within the Heavenly Palace's healing formation. I'll remember. Zhu Shan's finger was still suspended in midair, and a pig demon was staring at her expressionlessly. The pig demon picked its sexy nostrils. What do you remember? Is there something between us? Zhu Shan burst into tears. Wah! Being forced to the point where verbal cannon didn't even have the chance to finish a sentence was really infuriating. In the heaven and earth Tao comprehension space, everyone was satisfied and continued to rush towards the peach blossom forest. Because everyone had worked together to beat up Lu Mingxian, they were too embarrassed to fight for the right to enter the peach blossom forest or to eliminate their opponents. The scene of them fighting outside the peach blossom forest was gone. All the experts walked into the peach blossom forest harmoniously. And Lin, once we enter, we will be enemies. Be careful, ha ha ha. The Kuei cow laughed heartily, its face filled with eagerness, and Lin's face darkened. Senior Kuei cow, I'm just a person who can't move in a coffin. Don't you feel embarrassed? Of course I do. If I don't bully you now, it won't be easy to bully you in the future. The Kuei cow chuckled as lightning crackled around its body, giving Lin a fright before it hopped toward the entrance. Don't worry, Big Boss Lin, I'll protect you. Lan Xiaoni transmitted her voice to Lin as she snuck a peek at Lin in the coffin. And Lin was quite elated. He had a Tao partner to protect him and a follower to protect him. This was a good life. Even though he was lying in a coffin and was completely powerless, he was still filled with bliss. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I'll definitely protect you. Hong Do patted the coffin with his massive hand before turning his head to the side with a smile that he thought was very reliable. He then turned around, leaving Lin with a stalwart and imposing figure. Thank you, Mr. Hong Do. And Lin was very unsure of himself, but he still expressed his gratitude out of courtesy. Follow behind me. There's something special about the cherry blossom forest up ahead. We can clearly see the people in there from the outside, but the people in there seem to have completely lost their way and are wandering around aimlessly. Su Xiaolan held her dragon sparrow sword as she spoke to Hong Do. Hong Do nodded before carrying Lin on his back and stepping into the cherry blossom forest. As soon as they stepped into the cherry blossom forest, the scenery around them suddenly changed drastically. At the same time, an extremely powerful spatial power made heaven and earth twist and warp. It's not just an illusionary formation and a slaughter formation. There's also a spatial formation. Hong Do's expression shifted drastically as he let loose a cry of surprise. He looked up ahead again to find that Su Xiaolan had already disappeared. Crap, it looks like a spatial dimension from the outside, but it's a completely different spatial dimension from the inside. Hong Do had a bad feeling about this. The spell formation before them was more advanced than he had imagined. It was at least a Tao integration stage spatial formation. A Tao integration stage spatial formation was being used against 10th stage Tao body cultivators like them. This was going too far. Don't worry, Lin, I'll protect you. Hong Do seemed to have realized that this mission was not going to be easy, and he immediately turned to Lin to offer words of encouragement. He wanted to pat the coffin on his back in consolation. However, he ended up patting his own backside instead. Hongdo. Boom! As if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, Hongdo almost yelled, "Ah! And Lin! Where are you? Heavens! I lost him!" At this moment, Anlin was even more devastated than Hongdo. On a path littered with cherry blossom petals, there was a coffin constructed from blood jade. Anlin was lying in the coffin with a look of utter despair on his face. "Let me out! Get me out of here!" Anlin was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He hadn't recovered much of his strength yet, so he was completely unable to open the lid of this immortal tool coffin. In other words, he was trapped in this coffin. In this perilous environment, he could only lie in this coffin like a corpse. What a joke! It was truly despair-inducing. Why do I feel like I've transmigrated into another world after entering this cherry blossom forest? All of the living beings here have been separated. This is way too ridiculous. And Lin grumbled. Hongdo was still carrying the coffin on his back a moment ago, but he suddenly disappeared. And Lin fell to the ground along with the coffin in a tragic manner. Sigh. It looks like I'm destined to be a spectator in this heavenly peach competition. He sighed. There was still a good show to watch. Strictly speaking, he did not even have the right to watch. He was just an AFK player. About 10 minutes later, Master, look, there's a crimson coffin up ahead." A crisp yet excited voice sounded. "Be careful, my disciple. There must be a demonic creature sealed within this formation in this coffin. It's an extremely dangerous trap, so don't alert it." A rather aged voice sounded out, and it was clear and logical. And Lin grumbled internally. "You're the demonic creature. Your whole family are demonic creatures." The creature sealed within the coffin was clearly a peerlessly handsome young man.